YouTube, I should say, not Facebook.
Oh, you ready?
Not yet.
Okay.
Beautiful. We'll begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie, council member for Ward 5 and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, and we are convening this hearing virtually via Zoom. The time is 9:15 a.m. and I'm calling to order this hearing. Today is the committee's first performance oversight hearing for fiscal years 2021, 2022. It's also at least the third year in a row that the committee has conducted performance oversight hearings virtually. We, as a city and a country, are approximately 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, which has completely transformed how we live, interact with one another, work, learn, and do business. What we thought in early 2020 would be a temporary inconvenience and interruption of our daily routines upended our lives. While nearly 70% of the district's residents are now fully vaccinated, we have lost nearly 1,000 residents to the virus. Heard countless stories of jobs lost and businesses shuttered, and by some estimates, lost well over $500 million in tax revenue. While our December 2021 revenue estimates indicate that the district's financial position is improving, we achieved a $576 million surplus. Our acting CFO admits that the recovery remains unbalanced and protracted for lower income residents in our retail and hospitality sectors. For instance, although the federal government injected $3.2 billion into our economy to help individuals and businesses last year, the CFO and our industry partners report that staffing and demand in our hospitality sector is still lagging and is well below our pre-pandemic levels. For example, our restaurants have only been able to hire approximately 70% of needed staff. Because of the Omicron variant, consumer confidence is just at 60%. Our hotel occupancy rate hovers around 30% when it was at approximately 78% pre-pandemic. Our vaccination mandates are impacting restaurant operations,
Mandatorio de vacuna.
cancellations, group bookings at area hotels. For example, the district held only 2 large conferences in fiscal year 21 compared to an average of 20 pre-pandemic. To drill down a bit deeper, today the committee will hear from Destination DC and Events DC about their performance during fiscal years 2021 and 2022, and the realities the pandemic's continuing impact has on their operations, staff, and outlook. As a reminder, witnesses will have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. Council members who are in attendance will have 3 minutes for opening statement if they choose. And all participants should be reminded to mute their microphones when they are not speaking. The first entity we're going to hear from today is Destination DC. Destination DC is a private nonprofit corporation that serves as a lead organization to market Washington, DC locally and abroad as a premier global destination for conventions, tourism, and special events. A contracting arm of Events DC, the organization is funded by a percentage of DC's hotel occupancy tax, along with membership dues and cooperative marketing fees. By developing and executing centralized and cohesive sales and marketing strategies, Destination DC generates economic development for the city through tourism and meetings. Being that we do not have any public witnesses registered to speak with us with respect to Destination DC, I'm going to go immediately into calling representatives from Destination DC to testify. So if we could have Stacy Smith, who's the board chair at Destination DC, and Robin Mclean, who's the senior vice president, Destination DC. We understand that Elliot Ferguson is on work travel and unable to attend. And so we look forward to hearing from both Stacy Smith and Robin Mclean. And good morning to you both. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm not sure if you all have an order in which you'd like to testify, but you all can decide amongst yourselves, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you.
Chair McDuffie, we're going to start with our board chair, Stacy Smith. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Robin. And thank you, Chairman McDuffie and the members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Stacy Smith, and I recently became the Complex General Manager for the Hilton Garden Inn and Hampton Inn Suites, Reagan National Airport. I'm honored to serve as Chair of the Board of Destination DC. I've proudly worked with member hotels of Destination DC since 2015. We all saw the fallout of tourism and hospitality industry in 2020. And Destination DC has worked tirelessly to bring visitors back to our city. I can tell you firsthand, the hotels have been still stretched thin across staffing and budget. Destination DC is supporting our local hospitality business members by providing connection, visibility, resources, and ways to engage. Members like me rely on their sales leads to book small meetings and group blocks. And they rely on Destination DC's marketing assets, including the robust Washington.org. Without Destination DC, we would not have the same ability to reach consumers in the meeting's audience. The messaging about Destination is also crucial to help DC stand out, as we're still behind other destinations when it comes to hotel recovery. Travel creates local jobs, local tax revenue, and supports local businesses. Tourism puts people to work and remains a crucial support to Destination DC's effort to bring businesses and leisure traveler back to DC. We appreciate your recognition of Destination DC's need for additional funding and the additional $5 million provided by Mayor Bowser and the City Council for Marketing 2022. Our biggest challenge remains competing with other destinations that are outspending us. The team at Destination DC, through Elliot's leadership, has only gotten more creative to their outreach to bring customers back to Washington, D.C. In addition, Destination DC helps shape the industry's talent for the future through the American Experience Foundation. Its charitable arm provides opportunities for DC students to advance within the local hospitality industry. Many students don't realize that tourism and hospitality can become a career until they start participating with AEF. Some students have never enjoyed DC beyond their neighborhoods and taken part of what our visitors experience. This past summer, Destination DC worked with DCPS and Chancellor Farabee to host the 34 career-ready interns from DC High School's Academy of Hospitality and Tourism virtually. The foundation is so important as we develop the future talent for our industry by investing in our young residents. Destination DC is also examining what it can do to support local hospitality businesses equitably. They started a new DEI business fellowship to provide 1 year of free membership for minority-owned businesses. The membership provides business opportunities, marketing, mentorship, and networking. In closing, our local economy continues its path to recovery. We need to leverage the outstanding marketing and sales talent at Destination DC to build consumer confidence, attract more visitors, and get DC residents back to work, especially since we are still down 21,000 jobs in the hospitality-related industries. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Robin Mclean. You also have testimony you want to provide, so you can begin.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm Robin Mclean. I'm the Senior Vice President of Marketing and Communications at Destination DC, the official destination marketing organization for DC. I'm testifying on behalf of Elliot Ferguson, DDC's President and CEO, and I thank our Board Chair, Stacy Smith, for her testimony and unwavering support. DDC is a private nonprofit focused on economic development for the city through tourism. Our board approved FY22 budget is $19.89 million, up about 50% over FY21. It includes the $5 million allocation from the city for marketing. So we thank Mayor Bowser, Demphead, you, Chairman McDuffie, and the City Council for recognizing the importance of our work. Most of our funding comes from 0.97% of the 14.95% hotel tax, which is the only city tax we benefit from. That's about 80% of our budget in pre-pandemic times. We're also funded through membership dues, strategic partnerships, and services we provide to conventions. As a reminder, DC saw 10 years of tourism growth before the pandemic. In 2019, we welcomed a record 24.6 million visitors who spent $8.2 billion, generating $900 million in district tax revenue. Those numbers are responsible for 78,000 jobs in DC. All those numbers fell by about half in 2020, but recovery is now underway. Domestic visitation for 2021 will be available soon. Estimates say it was likely 70% of pre-pandemic levels last year and will reach nearly 90% in 2022. International visitation is going to take longer, likely 2025 before it fully rebounds. According to STR, hotel revenue will cover to 70 to 75% of 2019 levels by the end of 2022. There's a lot of competition, so let me expand on our proactive approach to win travelers back. We went without advertising our destination for 15 months. Last June, we launched a recovery advertising campaign thanks to a $3 million investment from Events DC's budget. It pokes a bit of fun at the assumptions about DC, but shows the real DC visitors can experience. It's the DC that we all who live here and love DC get to live every day. The campaign ran from late June through September and targeted potential visitors from the region, drive markets, and a qualified national audience. Target audiences based on research included families, foodies, culture fans, and history buffs. We layered a buy aimed at marginalized audiences, including Black, Latin, and LGBTQ+ travelers. So how did it perform? Typically, we utilize an ROI study annually with the CFO's office. In 2019, that study showed that for every dollar spent on spring and summer advertising, we had a 3-to-1 return on investment, and that was our highest to date. We couldn't run that traditional ROI study last year during the short campaign season, but we do have some results. Arrivalist, which is a data tracking company, showed that consumers exposed to a DC ad were 58% more likely to arrive in the city than those who were not exposed to a DC ad. The campaign produced 31,000 room nights booked on Expedia. So I would say the takeaway here is obviously advertising works. Now we're focused on content and PR and supporting local businesses by promoting deals and things to do in the city. Opportunities for travel this year include anniversaries like the 175th of the Smithsonian, alongside the reopening of the Arts and Industry Building. We promote signature events like the National Cherry Blossom Festival, returning in person in March, DC Jazz Fest, which is now permanently over Labor Day weekend, and twice a year, REMW's Restaurant Week, among others. Our website, washington.org, was redesigned a year ago. New dynamic content there allows potential visitors to dive into our neighborhoods, theater, or 100 free things to do. Our marketing also reaches locals known to use the site. They follow us on social and read DC on the Go-Go, a newsletter named for the official music of DC. We're proud of DC's diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it's not just a talking point for us. We actually use DEI to promote DC on our website. So that means visitors find information about DC's thriving Black community and Black history, not just in February. They find out about minority-owned businesses, LGBTQ+ community, and more. Turning to overseas visitation, we celebrated the borders reopening last November, but rebounding globally isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. China and many of our Asian markets still have strict travel and quarantine rules. We focus on those overseas travelers because of the economics, as they make up 7% of visitation, but 27% of the spend. DC is typically the 8th most visited overseas travel destination, and the competition is fierce, from cities with larger marketing budgets and state tourism budgets too. We compete well, but need more funds to gain market share. Our international offices focus on increasing independent, group, and business travel, as well as PR and marketing. Between DC-specific and regional representation through Capital Region USA, we have a presence in China, the UK, France, Germany, Australia, and India. We have a great relationship with the Airports Authority. MWA has funded some of our international efforts for the last 10 plus years. Additionally, our team concentrates on student travel. We look forward to hosting CIDA's annual conference in August, which is a major industry event for student tour operators. Now, when it comes to convention business, this is the first year since 2019 that we have a full convention calendar. In total, DC has 19 citywides in calendar year 2022. While we're thrilled for the business, the conferences are expected to be about half of the original attendance, so there are still challenges. Our team remains in touch with customers, helping clients understand the latest requirements. We've seen some recent cancellations, but we remain optimistic and busy selling because citywides are normally booked 5 to 10 years in advance. The team positions DC as the connected capital because of its strong local ties across tech, biotech, pharma, medical, education, and more. We highlight those unique assets that no other destination can offer. The next pillar of our Connected campaign extends to what meetings can do in the long term for the city. It's called Connected Community. We align an association's mission with the city's priorities in collaboration with Serve DC to create a lasting positive impact on residents. We've also enjoyed success booking short-term corporate business and smaller meetings held in hotels, as well as international meetings like the Quantum World Congress coming this fall. So in closing, it's important that DDC remains aggressive. Let me note that we submitted a longer version of this testimony outlining more of our efforts around international meetings, sports, the local community, and more. But the more the city invests in tourism, the greater impact on creating jobs, increasing tax revenue, and having a healthy, thriving local economy. To put it in further perspective, if not for the impact of tourism, nearly 300,000 DC households would have to contribute an additional $2,900 per household to maintain 2019 DC tax levels. It's our pleasure to work closely with the hospitality partners all across the city and you, the council, Mayor Bowser, and more as we promote DC for tourism. I'm happy now to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you both for your testimony this morning. I appreciate it. I do have some questions, but before I turn to my questions, I see I've been joined by Ward 2 Council Member Brooke Pinto, who's also a member of the committee. And so, Councilmember Pinto, I'd like to turn to you to see if you have a brief opening before we begin our round of questions.
Sure. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie, and thank you, Destination DC, for your testimony and all of your work to ensure that our tourism industry is thriving and that people come back to visit DC and who are already in DC are supporting our local economy. Over the last several months, I'm really hopeful that we've started to see residents and visitors return safely to participating in in-person activity, in celebration of our vibrant culture, our historical and political life that's so unique to the district. And I know that we have a long way to go, but I'm glad that we're seem to be heading in the right direction. And I'm particularly grateful to all of the work that Destination DC and Events DC staff have done over the last year and continue to do to help district residents and businesses recover from the impact of COVID and the economic recession and in the disbursements of additional cash payments. We need to make sure that our recovery is equitable, and I'm very encouraged by the work that these two agencies have been doing, including Destination DC's DEI Business Fellowship, which supports local businesses owned by people of color, people who identify as LGBTQ+, women, and disabled persons. Of course, Events DC has also taken on a critical piece of our pandemic recovery strategy in its manage of the CARES DC program, providing support to DC workers who are excluded from many federal assistance programs, if not all. I have been proud to support CARES DC to support our cash economy workers, undocumented workers, and returning citizens. I look forward to learning more today about the rollout of this critical program, and I will defer to you, Chairman, for your round of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. All right, I'm gonna start off with the questions as I have, and particularly over the last couple of years with the work that I've done, the committee's done. I've worked with my colleagues here at the council around racial equity. And so I heard you mention your work and efforts around DEI in your testimony. And so in the context of Destination DC's mission, I would be interested just to hear you talk a little bit more about a few of the areas or specific programs, initiatives where you've seen the most opportunity for Destination DC to address racial equity. And I guess I'll go with Ms. Mclean. And I think you're muted, actually.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I mean, I think that the last couple of years in particular have really been an even greater opportunity for DC to claim uniquely what we know, which is that Black Lives Matter. And so we saw that worldwide with the Black Lives Matter Plaza and how that was promoted. And so what we did is we take something like that and then we promote it through all of our own channels. And so we've built on this idea about diversity, equity, inclusion to extend obviously beyond not just Black lives, but to the LGBTQ plus community, women and minority owned businesses to highlight DC uniquely in that space. So on our website, washington.org, we have something called the Dei District. And it has 4 pillars. It's visit, engage, learn, and meet. And so each of those is uniquely positioned to show visitors to DC, whether they're coming on the convention side and want to work with minority-owned businesses, whether they are coming from a student travel group and wanting to learn history uniquely throughout the city. And then just leisure visitors in general who might want to visit Namak, but also other destinations across the city that we give information about and detail about through our content. That's one major example.
Okay. One of the things I'm interested in, and you referenced it during your remarks, I believe, is the American Experience Foundation and the work that's being done with young people in our community and how you all are supporting them. Can you talk a little bit more about how that's been going, some of the things that you all have seen, and how some of these young folks are benefiting from your work in this area?
Yes, it's the American Experience Foundation is our 501c3, and it's a really special foundation. It actually served over these last couple of years as one of the only places that career-ready interns could go during the summer to help further their interest in the hospitality industry. And the program in and of itself is positioned to really create career-ready students. And so it's through scholarships, it's through field trips. Obviously, we've been challenged over the last couple of years to a virtual environment, but all of these internships and mentorships really do connect students to hospitality industry careers. And we've done that successfully through touching these students through these programs.
Great. As well, I got one more question I want to ask around equity. I've asked this question in the past too. I know it's been a challenge with some agencies to collect demographic data, but I would like to throw it out there for you to hear your response if you have one, or maybe follow up if you don't. But considering the demographic data that Destination DC collects, tracks, and evaluates as a part of its operations, do you all collect information on race and geographic area? And if not, why not?
We collected in terms of people who work in our organization. We don't collect it in terms of data, in terms of visitation.
Okay, and is there, can you say any more about that in terms of like how your advertising budgets might be set up? Do you all know in terms of the percentage of how you advertise that budget, whether it's spent on advertising Black, Hispanic, or LGBTQ populations, or in those publications that reach those demographics?
It absolutely is spent that way. I can't give you an exact percentage, but what I can tell you is that when you are focusing on either publications, websites, content in general that connects with diverse communities, the intention there is that you are helping capture those audiences and or other people who are interested in that kind of content and trying to inspire them to come to DC. It's hard to track through an IP address who someone is in terms of race on the other side, but we do our best to create diverse advertising and we're wholly inclusive in terms of that and that messaging. And so it is absolutely a priority. I lead that. And so I can speak to that intimately that it is absolutely a priority in all that we do in terms of representing DC in that way.
I know in response to some of our pre-hearing questions, one of the things that I was intrigued by and wanted to hear a little bit more about, if you could share it right now, I'd love to hear it on the record. If not, if you could follow up. But in one of the responses, Ms. Ferguson mentioned how Destination DC has had some successes in building awareness about the lack of racial equity and the need for the tourism industry to do more. And I appreciate that work. He mentioned that there have been pretty extensive conversations with colleagues and media exposure in that you all have been able to create a sense of urgency within the industry. So one of the things that he referenced in his response was the conversations that have been spurred, that have actually spurred action through the creation of organizations like Tourism Diversity Matters. Are you familiar with that organization and what it does? If you could share a little bit about that, I'd really like to hear it.
Certainly. It's kind of interesting the way that you talk about that, because it's really over these last couple of years has been interesting having this conversation in our industry that needed to have this conversation. And Elliot has certainly been at the forefront of that. He led two very well-attended webinars on diversity, equity, inclusion, and why it matters for U.S. Travel Association early on in the pandemic. And then out of that, what came, he became the chair of a new group called Tourism Diversity Matters. And it's an organization solely dedicated to address racial and ethnic inequities in the workforce. And so I will tell you right now, we have two student apprentices working for Destination DC with Tourism Diversity Matters. And so that's an example of action that's come out of dialogue. And now we have, I can tell you they are quite dynamic and we want to figure out a way to, well, I shouldn't preview that we want to keep them, but we want to really work with these programs and lead by example in that way, because it matters. These opportunities matter. And, I've certainly done my part as a Black executive in our industry as well. And I think in an organization also led by three other female vice presidents, we really stand by example. And an Asian American CFO, we really stand at the forefront in our industry as diversity across the board. And I think that's special. And so I hope that helps clarify that a bit more.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I also think though, trying to create more opportunities around exposure of, organizations, entities, businesses, people in the tourism hospitality industry based in the District of Columbia, opportunities for them to engage Destination DC, perhaps be more integrated into the city's marketing is also something that's important. I've had conversations with people in the music industry, and other industries that, are finding themselves looking for opportunities outside the city. And I don't think they should ever stop doing that, but I'm also just interested in whether Destination DC is working with any local entities to make sure that we're sort of marketing some of the DC-based businesses, artists, music, visual, otherwise, when we think about how we're marketing the city to people on the outside we want to attract.
Absolutely. Our
Minority
recent,
owned and women owned.
yeah. Yes, our recent commercial that we had in market last summer featured every ward in the city, and definitely was a range of people in terms of different backgrounds and experiences. But I think in terms of what you're talking about in terms of businesses, I think that's exactly why we established the DEI Business Fellowship. And that is a program that is through this calendar year. We have several businesses. Some are restaurants, some are convention service providers that are benefiting from connecting with Destination DC without our regular membership dues to be able to connect. And that's what we do. We don't own or operate anything. We are the connectors from visitors that come here for business or leisure, and we are connecting them with all of our DC hospitality partners, and we want to be inclusive in that. And so there are 14 small businesses that are a part of this DEI Business Fellowship, and it's a range of minority-owned and businesses that represent the LGBTQ plus community, et cetera.
Okay. All right, my time has expired. I want to follow up on my next round though to cap off the conversation about racial equity, about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the work that you're doing. I want to also just speak to some of the representation on the board. I guess my last question, in terms of the board makeup, how many members of the board are there for Destination DC? Approximately, I don't know if you know. I guess 30.
Approximately 34. I think we're just under that at the moment, but that's the cap.
Okay, and then I think my understanding is that more than half of them actually reside in the district.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and do you have a sense of whether any of the board members actually reside in Ward 7 or 8?
I don't believe so. I believe we that was asked to provide earlier, and we don't think so.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd be interested in how you all identify the whoever is responsible for identifying potential board members in terms of the representation, making sure that it reflects, I think, the diversity, the beautiful diversity that exists in the District of Columbia, and so that the contributions that are being made at the board level are also diverse in the makeup of the board. I think the more you have insights from people with different experiences, different backgrounds, races, ethnicities, professionally, personally, I think all those experiences are very important. And so I'd love to hear further insights about what, if anything, you all are doing to be more representative of the district's city. And if you aren't, why not? I think that's important in determining as we move forward and work that Destination DC is doing. So let me stop there though, just to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round. I think we're doing 10-minute rounds. I know I lost the clock for a moment, so we'll make sure we get back on track. Thanks. Councilmember.
Good. Thank you, Chairman. And I just have a couple of questions. Ms. Mclean, I want to talk about tourism and the efforts underway to bring people back to the city. It's my understanding that our domestic visitors are down 13% from 2019 numbers for this year. And I am pleased to see some of the goals to bring folks back, but I'm curious on how those goals are going to be achieved and what types of programs we can expect to meet those goals.
Well, it's twofold in terms of what we do. The first is obviously promoting DC, getting out there with advertising and targeting people that we have the best opportunity to both inspire, but that will also be booking travel. On the domestic side, we know that to be regionally in the drive market, and then on the national market level, people who are showing travel intent. So that's working with online travel agency partners, say like Expedia, who where people are searching and you can target them through advertising and meet them there to hopefully make DC that choice. But the other way is through our sales efforts, and that is both on the convention side as well as on the domestic side with, say, student tour groups, et cetera. And so the sales team has absolutely shifted its sales efforts. I talked a little bit about the connected campaign and how they continue to highlight DC's unique assets here, but also the opportunities. You adjust, for example, when business becomes, when business is canceled elsewhere, you go after those opportunities to hopefully bring that to DC if possible. You're also looking for different sizes of meetings to bring into the city. And the sales team is really well positioned to go after a lot of corporate business, which for us is booked within usually 18 months or under, to be able to bring in that corporate business along these lines, and that we talked about in terms of that connected campaign uniquely with some of those pillars. And so I think, given that, I think we continue to be aggressive and are getting back out there in terms of travel and meeting people where they are, but also continuing to do the ways where we're challenged, let's say in overseas markets, to be doing that out of the box thinking still with virtual familiarization tours with travel agents so that they can experience the city from abroad and still keep DC top of mind.
Well, thank you so much, because all of those efforts are so important in reminding people in the region and in the country and the world what a wonderful place this city is to visit. So thank you for all of those efforts. You had mentioned in your conversation with Chairman McDuffie about some of the DEI work on your website for groups to come and specifically figure out how to have a minority or women-owned business as part of their contract or deal. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what that looks like?
Can you maybe ask that differently? I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
What are some examples of a group being able to use this function on your website
Oh, sure.
meet some of the DEI goals?
I'll tell you a really great one. So I talked about the 4 pillars: visit, engage, learn, and meet. And so under learn, for example, our tourism team put together some really wonderful animated videos with our creative team to target student groups. That, as you know, we talk about, right, the 8th graders that come to DC, and that it's that annual trip, and that you hope, you know, every kid gets to take. So during the pandemic, that it's not something that was able to happen. And so even those groups are now starting to return. What we've done is put those videos there so that people can continue to learn. And so it's a real asset. And so the videos range from, Black history focus to why it's important to vote, to the international experiences all throughout Washington, D.C. So that's one example.
Okay, that's great. I remember my 8th grade trip to Washington, D.C. Changed my life.
Yeah. I grew up here. My 8th grade trip was in the backyard, but yeah.
Jealous. It should be. So I want to talk about the Hospitality Careers Program a little bit more and hear how that's been going and where you are finding folks for the pipeline to help train them in the hospitality sector.
Certainly. Well, we work very closely. Claire Carlin, our executive director of the American Experience Foundation, and Lisa Waldschmidt, who really manages that program, work very closely with the 4 hospitality high schools in the district. And so it's just so interconnected. But in addition to that, we have really been, I don't want to overstate it, but I think the safe haven, as I see it, for the virtual experiences to really connect these students with the professional marketplace that they couldn't be a part of during the pandemic. And so that meant people like me, people like representatives from Events DC, from US Travel, from our board members, coming to and speaking with the students and really highlighting programs, highlighting their work experience and what they do in the industry to show that variety and really share that. And I think show the range of experiences and job opportunities that there are in the hospitality industry, which is really important because I think sometimes people can think, it's, only a hotel or it's only a restaurant and they can't see beyond that. But we really want these students to understand that you can build a really great career in this industry, and that's important.
Absolutely. And how in that curriculum and training process are you including the soft skills that go along with hospitality training around customer service and responding to negative feedback and all the other things that are a wonderful part of the industry?
Well, I can speak because I have a marketing communications team that is spectacular. And so I know that, for example, from our team, our creative director, Alex Ganafikis, worked with these career ready interns on what a resume should look like. I know I talked about how, how to speak and why language is important and in terms of presenting yourself. And so there are a range of those opportunities, including, I think, some more formal things. What I'm trying to think of, it's like the Miss Manners, which fork to use kind of, experience. There are a lot of people who share those soft skills. And I think it's not just talking at these young folks, but it's also Q&A and being able to, for them to tap into our background specifically to see, how we navigated a career, because it's all unique.
And if a student or a young person in DC is interested in that type of training, but doesn't go to one of those high schools that have been pre-designated, are there ways for them to get involved?
I will have to get back to you on that. I don't actually know the answer to that question because I believe all of these are linked through DC government and being a student in DC. But at I think pre-pandemic, the American Experience Foundation did work with other income challenged schools where we did have I think it was an annual trip with different school districts that they brought to DC to experience. And so I think we have reached beyond just the district in terms of that impact.
Sorry to cut you off. That's very interesting. I was referring to other DC students. You had mentioned that you partnered primarily with 4 high schools that have these programs.
I think that any student who is actively wanting to be a part of the summer program would certainly be allowed to participate in that. I don't know specifically how that works, but I know that that's the case.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'd love to see that program expanded even further. My background's in hospitality, and I'm a big believer that there are so many wonderful functions and careers that can come out of those paths, especially for our young people to get into early. So thank you very much for all your work and for keeping to push to get people back to DC. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I've got some more questions, not very many, but I've got some more. I want to go down. I want to pick up where I left off with the board. I mentioned a question about representation across the city and whether any board members resided in Ward 7 or 8. I just wanted to ask though, is that something that and I don't know if this is a better question for somebody else, but just in terms of how you all think about the board and representation, is that something that you all have given thought to at Destination DC in terms of that?
In terms of diversity, absolutely. I think that our board reflects that. Certainly, I think that the way that you're specifically asking about it in terms of Ward 7 and 8, I think that that is not something that we have intentionally, created in terms of that, but I also think it's something that we want to have representation from all across the city. And so we approach that within the board in the nominating committee as part of that. And so I think, our board here's that, and we'll take that into account.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then one of the things we observed in the information that you all provided on one of the worksheets, last year, approximately 44% of the organization's employees lived in DC, and I believe this year the number is up to 51%. Did you all have specific efforts that you made to hire more DC residents, or is that a result of something else? Anything you can pinpoint that you can share with the committee?
I think we're always looking for DC residents if we can hire them. Absolutely.
Okay, but wasn't necessarily part of a strategy. It's just a coincidence more, or just your intentional efforts to hire DC, it sounds like, residents.
I think we're DC first. And so if we can make that happen, we do.
Perfect. All right. I am, as is members of my staff on the committee, fans of data, and we really appreciate you and the team at Destination DC for supplying us great amounts of it. A particular interest to us is your ROI study, which concluded that the city received $3 for every $1 your team spent in 2019 on advertising. Now, obviously 2022 is not 2019, but if you could say more about that return on investment and how Destination DC is positioning itself to assist the city in reaching that goal again at some point.
Yes, it's my sincere hope that we can, and that we will run another ROI study similar to the one that we're referencing in 2019 at the end of FY 2022 to reflect the advertising once in market, to be a part of that. I think, as a study that serves as, I think, really a pinpoint for how our promotional efforts are valued, I think, by consumers is really important. And I've watched that needle grow over the last 10 plus years that I've been with Destination DC. And I will say the most important takeaway from the study is that it only references people in the survey if you were already planning to come to DC, for example, or you came to DC outside of the time frame that we were doing the study. You're not included in that number. And so we're really funneling down to people who saw our advertising. They then influenced them to then book a trip to Washington, DC. And so we really believe, obviously that's referencing pre-pandemic, but that for every dollar spent, $3.03 coming back to the city in taxes is significant. And, I don't know many organizations that are providing that kind of show of ROI in terms of their efforts. And I think that that's an important one. It's certainly not the only way that we can track our impact as an economic development organization, because it's certainly impacted by the number of citywides that the sales team brings to the city. It's impacted by our overseas numbers and our efforts there. So it's all collective, but I do think that that's a really great specific number to show that has been consistently shared and worked on with the CFO's office year after year.
I think the numbers that you all share with us show that about 13.1 million visitors, domestic and international, visited the district in 2020, which was pretty significantly down from the numbers in 2019. I believe it's down 45% from 2019 when the city welcomed 24.6 million visitors. So talk a little bit about just the type of people and groups who are actually traveling now, and what's been some of the things that you all have been able to do to capture them and welcome them to the district.
I mean, we know that we will recover with domestic first. And so that's the domestic leisure traveler. So that's that breakdown that I said, regional drive market, and then the national travel intent market. We know that that's where we need to focus our advertising and to capture people. But, you know, within that space, that's where also every other destination is focused and trying to capture their market share. And so, you know, it's important that we stand out in that space, and we have a strategy that is very specific. So I think you asked something earlier. You were asking about kind of the variety and the diversity in our advertising. We buy advertising through personas, and so we have these personas. And so when I talked earlier about like culture fans or foodies, you have these personas that you are targeting through the advertising to bring them to washington.org. And then what's served up through our website is specific content related to that persona. And so if someone has clicked on an ad that is talking about, that is referencing, you know, Black history or culture beyond that in terms of museums and the arts, they're coming to a page then that reflects that content to them so that they will come deeper into the site and really be inspired to book that travel to Washington, D.C.
Okay. And then, you know, it looks like you all are projecting, at least based on some of the hotel revenue returns from the last few months, you all are projecting increased visitor growth for 2022. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I think, what was it? 20 million domestic visitors for this year's what you all are projecting, which is still down from 23 in 2019, but it's up from 13 million and 16 million in 2020 and 2021 respectively. So talk a little bit more about how you all are projecting.
Yeah, we are projecting that's what the research is showing, is that the domestic market will recover first. We expect in this calendar year, Q3, Q4, that we will, you know, continue to rebound with the domestic visitation. But, you know, it's interesting because there's, you know, the domestic leisure traveler, there are a couple of travelers that haven't come back. And so the first is overseas, the international traveler has not returned. And so I talked about how we expect that to rebound fully by 2025. So it's going to take some time and some very intentional efforts in our international markets to bring those travelers back. And then the second is with business travel. So just not seeing business travel in our hotels, it was something that could be counted on very much so in DC. The pattern, you know, was Sunday through Thursday, hotels full with business travel. And then the leisure was like the icing on the cake for the weekend. And so that is something that we have not seen across the nation. It's not specific to DC, but has not come back yet. And so as our sales team works to bring conventions back, that's one of the ways that as we're highlighting those conventions coming back and those attendees are having great experiences within the convention center, in our hotels and restaurants and throughout the city. The important thing is that is part of business travel in a sense that they can help share that story and we can build on that progress. And so that needs to come back as well.
Appreciate your comments about business travel. I just, you know, business travel, just the visitor spending in general has been a real serious concern of the committee. And when we look at how much the district has lost based on some of the information that you provided to the committee, it really underscores why the work that you all do, the work that Events DC does, the work that you all do in partnership with the tourism, leisure, hospitality industry is so vital to the district's local economy. I was reading where it says in 2020, IHS Markets model estimated that the district lost 55% in visitor spending compared to 2019, equaling a loss of $4.4 billion. That is staggering. And I know you all said we don't have yet the data for 2021, but Tourism Economics work with U.S. Travel Association provide estimated visitor spending losses by state, including in DC. And for January through October 2021, they estimated that the district lost $3.8 billion in visitor spending. Just want to see if you want to comment on that. I just think those numbers are staggering. Again, it underscores how vital the work that you all do is to our recovery here in the District of Columbia. And I'm going to, another line of questioning, start to focus a little bit more specifically on COVID's impact, but also what you all are doing to respond, working with your board and the industries to really market the city. But those numbers are staggering. You want to comment on those?
Yes, I appreciate your comments about the work that Events DC and Destination DC do. And I will say that, it is staggering. We've lived through, preparing those numbers and that realization. But I will also say that we've been very well positioned as a destination because of our work and relationships to continue to position DC strongly for recovery. And so, the sales team was never sitting idly by. They were checking in with customers. If customers are concerned about anything from a mask mandate to vaccination requirements, et cetera, we are communicating those things to our customers proactively. And so all of the work that we are doing is to ensure that people have the right information so that they can have the best experience in Washington, DC. And that's our goal.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me turn to the impact. I know we've been talking generally about this, but let's talk a little bit more about the impact of COVID-19. Last year, when we had oversight, we talked about the significant impact the economic downturn had on Destination DC, particularly from the loss of partnership member dues. I recall the conversation that I had with Destination DC last year, and at that time, can't remember whether it was Smith or Elliott, but they noted that 93 organizations canceled their membership in 2020, and that 37 of those businesses closed permanently. Based on the materials that you provided, 25 of your member businesses closed in 2021, including Monitor Souls and Friends of the National Zoo. Were any of these 25 organizations signature partners with Destination DC?
No, they weren't.
Okay. How many canceled memberships in 2021 came from groups other than these 25?
You mean in terms of membership dues?
Yes.
I don't have that exact number, but I can get that for you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Just talk to me generally about the changes that you all have seen in partnerships, in donations, and revenue compared to this time last year.
Well, I think we're heading this way as opposed to what was happening
Right.
last year. But I think that the reality is that there are businesses within hospitality and tourism that have closed. But there, as we, I think, mourn that, we also have tried to position ourselves to be a good partner. And that's what the Partnerships and Alliances team did with our members. And so there's a long period of time where we did not require dues, and now we are. So the numbers, I think, reflect that. But I think it's, given the amount of loss, like when you talked about those staggering numbers, I would say just, based on percentage in terms of numbers of members that we have in comparison to pre-pandemic levels, it's looking pretty good in terms of that overall. And I think that says a lot to how we've supported our members' businesses, how we've worked with members during the pandemic to communicate, and how we've tried to provide business opportunities constantly throughout this really challenging time.
Last year, if I recall correctly, Ms. Smith testified that at least at one point, the thought was that Destination DC was ineligible for the federal government's Paycheck Protection Program. This year, I noticed that Destination DC's budget submission provides that it received approximately $3.4 million between 2 rounds of PPP. That is pretty favorable news. What exactly, or when exactly the funding become available?
It became available last spring, if I recall correctly. And the shift was that 501c6s could be a part of that specifically. And I will say that the work U.S. Travel Association did on behalf of destination marketing organizations like ours really helped make that shift. And so that was great news.
Okay, and how'd you all use those funds that you got?
To bring people back online. We had a lot of staff members furloughed. And so we brought staff members back and were able to get to work. I mean, it was really concentrating there.
Okay. This is a pretty, over the course of the pandemic, there's been obviously, I think, some ups and downs. I think that is probably an understatement in terms of how the pandemic has impacted businesses, how the city's public health emergency and public emergencies have impacted businesses, mask mandates, and so forth. Last year, Destination DC stated that the precautions taken by the district government to discourage the spread of COVID-19 caused the city to receive fewer visitors than other cities. And I'm curious as to whether that still holds. I know that I continue to have conversations with businesses in various industries and entrepreneurs and operators. I met with some folks last week, and they shared that the city's indoor mask mandate and requirement that patrons prove their vaccination status was causing some harm to their businesses. And that's really sort of in the restaurant sector. Are you hearing that from any of your members? Do you share those sentiments?
I can speak to that a bit. We did recently survey meeting planners. So those are the folks who actually organize and plan the citywide conventions and other meetings throughout the city with our team or with hotel sales teams. And so in that survey, almost twice as many of the respondents say that they were canceling due to variants than the vaccine mandate. so there were very few cancellations because of the mask mandate. So
Okay.
I think it's been the Omicron variant and then Delta variant before that was really causing some of that, as opposed to, I think, the safety protocols from the city. But that's what that survey showed.
Are there any things that you are seeing, have observed in other jurisdictions where they're doing things differently that the city should be considering? Obviously, putting safety first as should be the priority, but just in terms of the way things are being implemented, are there things that you all suggest the city should consider or do differently?
I think there are a lot of examples in other destinations that are doing things differently. I don't think I'm the expert on how they should be done, but I think DC has tried to lead with health and safety first, and I think our customers respect that overall. I think it's been very difficult for our industry to accommodate that sometimes, but I think if that's at the center of it, I think at least we can understand that and point to that as the reasoning.
Okay, no, I agree that the city has put health and safety first. Just curious, I know you all do a lot of travel, a lot of interacting with your colleagues around the country and internationally, and so I wanted to put that out there in case there were some things you wanted to share.
I think that I'd have to think further about that and get back to you in terms of some specific examples from our sales team. I think it gets down to, like, exactly how a destination is maybe doing something very specifically in terms of a protocol or something like that. And I just don't want to speak in general terms in regards to that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Feel free to circle back with the committee. And you also materials, you note that 4 things need to happen to ensure a full recovery. The end of the health crisis, recovery of the U.S. economy, reopening of borders, and the return of consumer confidence in their own safety while at home. Can you say more about these criteria and how far out, with any information you all have seen, any interactions you all have had, how far out you think we may be in seeing them realize, and what role can the district government play? How much longer your members can hold out, frankly. Yeah, I'd love to hear your insights on that.
Yeah, it's challenging because I think, no one can predict the end of this health crisis. And so we're doing the best to maneuver within it. I will say that, on the consumer confidence side, we're seeing on the domestic side that people are willing to book that travel. And that's why we want to focus advertising there. That's why we want to go after those who are willing to travel. On the overseas international side, there isn't as much consumer confidence, and that's because, different variants, different timeline than in the US with those variants and protocols and how some of our top markets are still closed and quarantining. And so I think, as those open, we thought last, I think it was November 8th when the borders were reopened, that we saw a bit of that pent up demand come through, and then Omicron hit. And so it's clear people are willing, I think, once they feel that confidence, in terms of COVID being better, whatever that means for this new normal, that people do want to get back to traveling, and they do want to come to DC. And so we just have to be positioned best to take advantage of that as that happens. And so fortunately we are, and we're, able to, press go and be there. So, we saw a wave of, whether it was travel agents or media, in addition to visitors coming in so that we could get those stories out last fall as the borders reopened. And then, on the sales side, continuously connecting with customers to share what is different. I mean, you know, when we're sharing that there is no mask mandate and then have to go back and share that, I mean, you have to, you know, follow the protocols and be proactive about getting in front of customers so that they understand that and that we're going to work with them and get through it as best as possible. But yes, it is challenging, and you know, we were a popular destination before. We will be again, but we're going to get there, and we feel like, you know, we're set up to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. Just in terms of, I know we talked generally about marketing, and ultimately it's all to get more people to visit the district. And you all really are, you know, the key entity to do that. Do you all have the resources you need to do that fully? I know there've been some challenges in terms of making sure that the resources are sufficient to be able to properly market the district. I know that the focus has been on domestic versus you know, some of the big dollars coming in internationally over the years. But I know we also have been trying to be supportive here at the council, and we actually gave some additional funding. I think it was $5 million for marketing specifically. How have you all rolled that out? And just talk about how you're using your budget generally, but specifically that money. Is it part of a separate campaign? Is it being folded into some of the things you're already doing? Talk specifically about some of those resources.
The intent for that $5 million is for domestic marketing is the biggest chunk of that to help that recovery, about $4.5 million of those dollars. And then $250,000 increments each for convention sales and our tourism, which is our international marketing team, as well as domestic and student groups, as well as sports. And so we feel like we have the strategy to be able to go out and promote Washington, D.C. in the way that we need to, working with those dollars. And it, you know, I think your question about, you know, our needs and how we you know, do we have enough really in terms of being able to be competitive? You know, I think those dollars will help us be competitive, certainly this year. You know, even with that additional allocation from the city, we're about 5 million or so, maybe 6 million down from where we were in you know, our initial FY 2020 budget, and then we are always behind, if you will, because we are a city alone without a state. And so, you know, so a city like Philly has backup of the state of Pennsylvania, or actually a much better example of that would be Florida. You know, you've got places like Miami and Orlando, but they are also positioned really well by the state of Florida and its budget. And so it's just incredibly competitive. Yes, it's different product, but you know, our product is popular too in terms of what people are looking for in terms of travel and those experiences. So
we talked earlier about some of the numbers and the anticipated increase in visitors over 2020 and 2021. And I want to talk timing in terms of like marketing campaigns. Like, are you all currently under a specific, I just always think about the DC Cool campaign, which is something that stands out to me. I would see things on television. I remember some of the music. Are you all in the midst of a current marketing campaign similar to that? I know it's been bitterly cold lately. Does that impact visitors to the district? Do you plan to see more when the weather breaks in terms of rolling some of these things out and resource allocation? Is that $5 million that the district gave you all Is it already being spent? Is it already incorporated into some budget for a particular marketing campaign that you plan to roll out? Just give me a little bit more details around that.
So it has not been spent yet. And so once allocated, we are positioned to certainly be in market and have the strategy of which to go after the domestic market in the way that I've been talking about. You know, I will, I think that there's something that you said early on.
Well, I said, I mentioned the weather. I talked about it was bitterly
Oh
cold.
yeah, you did the weather. I was going to say,
Yeah.
ideally, thank you for that. Ideally, we would be advertising year round. I mean, you know, travel doesn't stop. There are plenty of people who are in cold environments who travel to other cold environments. And so, yes, you know, sometimes you think, oh gosh, you know, Washington, D.C. is so beautiful in the spring and in the fall. But, you know, there's a lot of summer leisure travel that with, you know, families, et cetera. This backdrop that you're looking at behind me shows the beauty of DC in the winter. And so we promote Washington, DC year round, would love to be advertising year round to get that. And so I think our strategy shows that works. And, you know, it's smaller buckets of money. You don't spend a big, like the spring and summer is definitely where more people are traveling. And so you tend to focus budgets there, but you can get those, you can target those specific travelers that you're wanting to bring in those fall and winter months in a particular way. And in DC, you know, when we've had a traditional citywide calendar experience, you know, in spring and fall, hotels, you know, would often be at a higher price point because of all of the convention and business travel. And so we would be focused in on weekends and for the leisure visitor. And so you have an opportunity, I think, in addition to that, to help our hotel partners fill in that need period space, which is broader at the moment because of, we talked about, even though we have a full citywide calendar this year, there are fewer attendees. And so we need to really impact our hotel partners by bringing those leisure travelers here and targeting them.
Yeah, just let me, I still want to kind of hone in on that because I guess I'm thinking along the lines of like timing, right? I still go out, I still, you know, have dinner, you know, I'll try to continue to support, you know, and other local businesses. But I also know that I'll likely be doing it more when I can just walk downtown and like when the weather's break. So in terms of timing though, when are you all, because it sounds like you said the money had not been budgeted. When do you all plan to actually do that? Like I would think if you're working on marketing campaigns, you would have already been in the midst of that to roll it out at a certain point, right? So help me understand right now in terms of what you all are doing and how you all are working with your partners in the industries, like what that timing looks like. You know, because I would think that the planning would have already occurred for a rollout timed, you know, maybe in March, April, or something like that. But I'm also not an expert, so that's why I'm asking you all the question.
Yeah, I mean, this is you're not off. I think you know, people plan travel. I mean, how many folks plan their summer travel in January? A lot. Already know where their next trip is being taken. Certainly with family travel, et cetera. So our strategy certainly incorporates all of that. Once we have the budget to be able to do that, we will use that strategy to be in market in that way.
Okay. So I'm confused a little bit. There's no time frame. You all have not said, okay, here's how we're going to use that, and you all have not like hired somebody to help with it yet?
We are in the process of receiving that funding and that allocation through Events DC.
Oh, y'all don't have it yet?
No, sir.
Okay. So what is the plan? When do you all plan to get it? Is there?
Well, we're working with them on the strategy and how to go about getting out into the marketplace with the advertising, et cetera. And so there is a strategy we worked on. It's an extension of what we did last summer with the campaign, updated and all with the Experience DC campaign.
Yeah,
So
I remember
it's
that
all
one.
ready. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's slightly concerning though, because here we are February 2nd. We are more than 4 months into the fiscal year. And I would have thought that you all would be a little further along with this, at least, I guess I don't know if you have the answer to this, but when do you all usually have you all gotten, I know where your budget comes from, and I know the transfers that come with SCC. When do you all normally get those? Is this?
Well, this is a different
timing?
different timing than anything before. Usually our hotel, what we receive from the hotel tax receipts, that funding comes on a monthly basis.
Okay. All right. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm gonna have to probably circle back with you on that. And I know we have Events DC next. So I'll ask Mr. Odell about it. I would, if I'm in your industry and I'm usually partnering with you all about these things, I'd be a little bit concerned that things aren't a little bit further along. So let's circle back on that. I think I'm gonna have the committee follow up with you all about that, and I'll make sure I ask Mr. Odell about it. Let me go ahead and finish up. I only have a couple more questions left. CBEs is something that I ask about every year. Are you all actively identifying and engaging with certified business enterprises in District of Columbia, primarily minority and women-owned entities with respect to contracting opportunities? How's that going?
Yes, and I think through that DEI Business Fellowship Program is a great example of how we've created a program with that intention behind it, and we'll build on that after this inaugural year.
Okay, all right. I know my staff noted the areas around digital security and other highly technical work. Are you all engaging with CBEs, minority, women-owned businesses with respect to those areas, to your knowledge?
With digital security,
yeah,
I don't think so, but I think that what we do in digital security is limited. I mean, in terms of those contracts. So, but I'm happy to provide those details.
Yeah, no, and I'll make sure the staff circles back specifically around that too. I tossed it out there. I wasn't sure exactly where they were going with that, but I wanted to ask in case you had a response prepared that you wanted to share. Let's see. Where are we in terms of our rankings on any of the lists that you all are familiar with? I know when I hear, Elliot Ferguson, Greg Odell, Mayor Bowser, and folks talk about the city, they'll say we were ranked #1 here, we're #3 here. I see where I think we're #8 in terms of most visited destination for overseas travel. Any good news to share in terms of where we ranked, all relative to this global pandemic, obviously, but I just want to give you an opportunity of things that might be going on that are worth noting in terms of where we stand compared to some of our competition around the country.
I mean, it of all the years for that question, this is the hardest year to answer it because it really just has been so wonky in terms of visitation and how that's tracked. And so in terms of overseas, we don't have that information. Yes, the last rank that we had was 8th. There's no reason to be thinking that would be any different once borders reopen. And we're certainly working to position ourselves in such a way where we don't fall in that and can capture even more of those travelers. So the numbers are hard to come by in these last couple of years because, frankly, the way people have been traveling or the lack of travel, it's skewed.
Okay, and then I'm just finally, just some of the stuff that we've been doing at the council over the last few years. We made, based on a bill that I authored, we made go-go the official music of the District of Columbia. We worked with Events DC, the Office of Cable Television, Director Angie Gates, to engage the go-go community, which I know they have appreciated, and I've heard from people within the go-go industry. We're also doing some work around Commemorative Works, a bill that I authored and worked with Chairman Mendelson to have commemorative works placed on public spaces honoring Native Washingtonians and others who made significant, women too, who made significant contributions to American culture, DC history. And some of the things we want to do, it's our hope that it could help generate some interest, more interest, further interest in the city. When people are coming to visit some of the Smithsonian buildings, maybe they'll check out, some of the local monuments and markers, and it will further help generate tourism and activate some of the businesses in our hospitality and leisure industries. We'd love to be able to work with you all on some of those things. And I don't know if you've had occasion to interact with any folks in the go-go industry or any of the other local musicians, but I like to think that we're promoting locally first and tap into the wealth of resources and the talent that we have locally when you are promoting the city. Any comments on that before we close out?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we love go-go. I grew up in this area, and so obviously I'm a fan of go-go. But in addition to that, I think that, we love the city and the creativity of the city. We don't want that overlooked. And so when you talk about musicians and artists, we are highlighting that in the work that we do, particularly on my team, in terms of content on our website, videos and things that we are absolutely, pulling together to reflect the real DC. The campaign before Experience DC was called Discover the Real DC. And, there's a reason why we want to reflect that, because it's awesome. And so in our commercial last year, we're going to provide it for you if you haven't seen it. But, we feature EU in it, again at Union Market against a backdrop there, a mural there. So, that's just one example of how we showcase DC in that way. But we have videos about go-go music on our website. We highlight that. I talked about, my favorite addition probably, other than the new website over this past year and a half, is our new newsletter, which is focused on the DMV, and it's called DC on the Go-Go. And it's just, we landed on that title because of go-go music. And so we really claim that proudly throughout all we do in terms of representing all of the types of people that you talked about. I'm trying to remember the exact question that was in the document, but I think our response was absolutely all of those things, those uniquely DC moments, historic, current, or otherwise, help us promote this city. No one wants to come here and experience Nashville. They want to come here and experience Washington, DC. And so that's what we do. And we take real pride in doing so.
Great. No, I appreciate that. I remember seeing some of that work. I remember last year around this time, whether it was performance or budget oversight, I don't remember, but you all had something on your website that was highlighting some of the local businesses. I remember seeing Angel from the Spice Suite. I know We saw Muhammad Hill and LeGreg Harrison from the museum. And these folks are, you know, they are local, and we're proud of them. And the museum is actually a Ward 5 based business. But they're doing some really, really big things. And I think it's a way, you know, if we're creative, to be able to highlight, you know, some of the stuff that is happening locally, but obviously, I think has the ability to help market the city and maybe tell a story that's slightly different than the traditional story that people are used to hearing about, sort of sleepy government town, District of Columbia. When you talk about the fact that, you know, some of these partnerships, apparently the museum has a partnership with the Curry brand, Steph Curry, and they've got a new sneaker coming out with a collaboration where they're promoting DC, right? These folks are about Southeast in a way that I think we can all be proud of, rather than some of the stereotypes that we're used to hearing when people only know the district because of some incidents that occurred or when we were on the brink of insolvency. And so I appreciated seeing that last year, and I hope that you all are continuing to do that, both with some of our local artists, you know, go-go, jazz, R&B. We've got great artists, hip hop, who are doing phenomenal work. And then also just some of the folks who have local shops with national, international fame and notoriety that you all are figuring out how to work with them to market the city as well, because I think we all win when you do that.
We do. We have an entire video series called Discover the Real DC that highlights different artists from theater to music and everything in between. And so there, you know, we're always looking for what's next, and there's a boundless amount of, you know, content that we can help curate and develop. We have a creative team in-house that is awesome that can do that, and so we are always looking for the next opportunity. Video, I will say, just so you're aware, is just how consumers want to actually experience content first and foremost. And so that's a really important part of our strategy. And so we are certainly in line with what you're talking about. And it's also why with our Experience DC commercial, as I said earlier, we're in all 8 wards, and we are reflecting all the things that you can truly experience throughout the city.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I do not have any additional questions at the moment. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we close out this portion of the hearing and move to Events DC?
No, I just thank you so much for your time and your support. It has meant a lot. And I'll just say that I'm a proud Ward 5 resident. So as you were talking about all of the great things in Ward 5, I was like, yeah, nodding. I know.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I don't think I knew that. That's great to know.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I appreciate your testimony here, SVP Mclean and Board Chair Stacy Smith. And that will conclude this portion of our hearing with Destination DC. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. The next entity that we're going to hear from today is Events DC. Events DC is the official convention and sports authority for Washington, DC. In addition to managing and operating the Walter E. Washington Convention Center and the historic Carnegie Library at Mount Vernon Square, Events DC creates and promotes the district's premier cultural events and activities with the goal of driving revenue and generating economic and community benefits for the District of Columbia. Events DC also fuels the district's hospitality and tourism industries by attracting thousands of attendees to the city by virtue of events like the district's Cherry Blossom Festival. I also want to mention the district's auto show, which my family and I stopped by on Saturday and really appreciate it. However, Events DC's main sources of revenue are conventions, sporting events, and dedicated hotel taxes. With that, I'm going to call our first panel of witnesses. And as a reminder, all the witnesses should mute themselves when they are not speaking. I know we have several folks who have signed up to testify. So let's see if we can, I'll call some of the names and I know staff will bring some of them in as panelists as I call names. Judy Esty, who's Executive Director of the Platform of Hope. Laura Guevara, Platform of Hope, Trupti Patel, who's an NC Commissioner, NC 2A, Donnie Crawford, who's a Senior Policy Analyst with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Megan Wasseri, who's the Organizing Director, Beloved Community Incubator. And let me call some more. Let's see, how about Jeff Gilbert, Legal and TA Director, Beloved Community Incubator. Steve Hocker, Executive Director, Teens Run DC. Reina Sosa, who's a street vendor, Vendors United. Andrew Lee, Artistic Executive Director, DC Strings Workshop. And I think we'll cap it off right there. I called the first 9. I'm not sure how many are there. I see some names who are entering as panelists. And so I think I'm gonna go ahead and start since I see Judy Esty present. And good morning to you. It's good to have you back before the committee. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Sure, and I'm actually texting with Laura, who you called to go after me, and so she hasn't gotten the invitation to join as a panelist. So if someone could just make sure that she gets, because she's like me, been waiting and would really like to testify.
So let's take it. You wanna begin while we work on that, or you want us to wait a minute before you begin?
I wouldn't mind waiting a minute if that's okay.
All right, let's give it a minute, and staff, Alicia, if you want to let me know when.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
A couple minutes, and then we'll get started with you in just a moment.
Okay, now I see her.
Excellent.
She's on.
You can.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Well, good morning. It's the morning, Councilmember McDuffie and staff. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Judy Esty, and I'm here representing the community of the Platform of Hope, which is a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that works with cohorts of economically vulnerable families of color to define and pursue their goals across housing, education, finances, health, employment, and more. I was really thrilled, Councilmember McDuffie, to hear you talk about, this oversight of $5 million for Destination DC that they haven't spent yet or used yet, because we're here to talk about $41 million. That's for 15,000 people. That was passed last budget cycle, and no one has received a dollar. So really excited for the oversight process with you. So I'm just going to jump into a little bit of my testimony here, and to talk about, as we all know, the continuing disparities that have only been exacerbated by the many stages of the COVID pandemic. And it seems to me like today we live in a world where some of us can, get work from home and collect a consistent paycheck, yes, potentially get sick, but ultimately face no economic impact, given the impact to access childcare and have sufficient space in our homes to quarantine. And then there are those in our city who work outside the home, do not have access to consistent childcare, have to manage through inconsistent public transportation, poor healthcare, constant shutdowns in schools. And when they get sick, there's no paycheck. And when their children get sick, the time they can't work gets longer. So getting COVID means no paycheck. It means no money this month. That's the two worlds we're living in. And I feel that dichotomy as I sit here in my kitchen to testify today. For excluded workers, that second life I mentioned is compounded by having survived 2 years of a pandemic without unemployment insurance, the federal stimulus, for many of them still no expanded and now defunct child tax credit, and the threat of abuse from police or manipulation from employers, all because they don't have the right papers or legal status. These workers, by the way, are the same people that folks sitting at home rely on to watch their kids or wait on when we go to restaurants. They are an essential part of this city's economy, even more so as more and more folks are preferring to leave their jobs or not come to work. Excluded workers don't have that option. Notice that the name they've chosen is excluded workers, not excluded residents. Last year, a broad coalition of excluded workers, which includes folks who are undocumented, members of the informal economy, and returning citizens, came to the DC Council and asked for $200 million in cash assistance as a way to include them in the financial recovery of the city and openly acknowledge their humanity and importance to this community. And of that $200 million, only $41 million was approved and was once again allocated to Events DC to distribute. As of today, none of those 15,000 individuals who are deemed eligible have received a dollar of that $41 million. For all the work and effort they spent advocating last year, and which was identified as being worthy of public support, the reality is that they've gotten nothing. The rest of us have gotten paid, are filling out our taxes right now for whatever credits, rebates were eligible. We got a second federal stimulus. These folks have gotten nothing. So I urge you to think about what we owe to this community and how we can actually show that by moving this money at a pace that matches the urgency of that need. And start to think about how this delay in receiving funds has only exacerbated the need of this community as we prepare for the 2022 budget process. How do we show up for the folks who've been showing up for us for over 2 years? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move next to Laura Guevara. And good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Laura. Yo soy madre de una niña de 11 años que participa de las escuelas.
My name is Laura, and I am the mother of an 11-year-old who, perdón, repita lo último que se le cortó.
Participa en las escuelas del distrito.
Who attends the school in the district.
Yo soy washingtonian de corazón. He vivido aquí por los últimos 16 años.
I'm a Washingtonian by heart. I have lived here the last 16 years.
Durante todos estos años he trabajado en la industria de los restaurantes.
So throughout these years, I have worked in the industry of restaurants.
Y año tras año he contribuido respectivamente con mis responsabilidades y mis taxes.
And after year, I have contributed with being responsible by paying my taxes.
Pagando mis taxes, sabiendo aún así que mi hija no va a obtener todo el crédito merecido.
Knowing that I'm paying my taxes and that my daughter is not going to receive all the credit that she deserves.
Because por mi situación, y ella es ciudadana de este país y está siendo tratada injustamente.
Because of my situation, she is a U.S. citizen and she is being mistreated in regards to this situation.
De la misma manera, siendo residente del distrito, siendo trabajadora esencial.
At the same time, I'm being a resident of the district and I'm being an essential worker.
Fue muy difícil para mi familia y para mi hija el comienzo de la pandemia.
It was very hard for me, my daughter, and my family at the beginning of the pandemic.
Porque no contamos con ninguna ayuda gubernamental.
Because we couldn't count with any help from the government.
Gracias a la plataforma HOPE y a la coalición de trabajadores excluidos.
Thanks to the HOPE program and the workers who are excluded.
Pudimos recibir un pago único.
We were able to receive a one-time payment, only one.
Por tal motivo, estamos hoy pidiendo a ustedes la totalidad del dinero para ayudar a más familias como la mía.
And that's why today we're asking for more money so that we can help more families like mine.
Este dinero contribuyó para que mi hija y yo pudiéramos aliviar algunas.
This money contributed it so that my daughter and I could
pagar gastos y cubrir algunas necesidades.
pay some expenses and other things.
Asimismo, no solamente hemos sido excluidos monetariamente,
We haven't just been excluded monetarily.
estamos siendo excluidos al acceso de vivienda
We have been excluded for access to a place to live.
La
Or
vivienda
housing,
en
sorry.
nuestra ciudad ha estado elevada.
So the cost of housing in our city is very high.
Nuestras comunidades de color están siendo forzadas a salir de la ciudad.
Our communities of color are being forced to vacate the city.
Y nuestros hijos están perdiendo la oportunidad de contar con mejores programas,
And our children are losing the opportunity to count with better programs
de educación,
of
Salud.
education,
vivienda,
health, and housing.
sin olvidar que nosotros también pagamos taxes
Without forgetting that we also pay taxes.
Asimismo, es importante hacer eco
Therefore, it's also important for this to be known
acerca del cuidado de niños pequeños, de la accesibilidad,
about the care of small children and the access to it.
a un daycare de bajo o mínimo costo,
Access to daycare for a low cost,
porque nuestras familias están tratando de salir cada día adelante.
because our families are trying to move forward every day of our life.
Y es muy difícil sin contar sin ninguna ayuda.
And it's very difficult without any help.
Gracias.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. That was perfectly timed. Great job. Thank you for that.
Gracias por su
Thank you.
testimonio.
And next, we have Tripti Patel. And good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, and I also want to acknowledge that my council member is also online. Councilwoman Brooke Pinto, good morning to you as well. So good morning, Chairperson McDuffie. My name is Tripti Patel. I represent the historic Foggy Bottom, and I'm testifying in regards to the plight of the many excluded workers who have kept this city running literally on their backs, but who have been treated as expendable. You can't say that they're essential and then treat them as expendable. Excluded workers should feel the same sense of security in having their needs met, which has not been the case. Everyone wants to survive with dignity, and it is why I stood in solidarity with these workers, who include immigrants who are undocumented, workers in the informal cash economy, and returning citizens. From thousands of dollars in federal relief that provided vital cash resistance to those who lost income due to the COVID-19 pandemic. They were carved out of all of it. Last year, excluded workers demanded $200 million as a partial replacement of lost wages. The district allocated a total of $41 million for excluded workers. Families were suffering in 2021 when we asked for this money. So far, because of the phases for administering these funds, no families have received the assistance pledged in either the supplemental budget or the budget for fiscal year 2022, and most likely will not have the money in their hands until late spring 2022. This will only make the hardship deepen. The longer it takes to provide these funds, the greater the hardship for the workers and their families. It is likely that folks who are in need of direct cash assistance in 2021 are in even greater need as we embark on the third calendar year of this pandemic. Excluded workers need to receive the cash assistance owed to them as soon as possible, and we will be back at the budget oversight to ask for additional funds. Excluded workers, like many working families, continue to face disparities from the new waves of the pandemic. Rental assistance has completely run out. Families are facing disruptions to full-time employment because of lack of childcare and the rise in the new variants, school closures, etc. Not including rent and utilities, a single adult with no children in DC roughly needs $2,300 to cover the cost of food, transportation, and other needs. And that number's correct because that's exactly my budget. Actually, I need a little bit more. And I'm someone who is single with no children and has no partner. 2 adults and 2 children need $8,849 a month to cover these expenses, those costs plus childcare. Keeping in mind benefits and income thresholds, should we consider making cash assistance more regular, perhaps monthly, quarterly? I don't know. Millions of taxpayer dollars have been poured into businesses so they can recover, and they will receive it for quite a few years. Yet our excluded residents were not discussing in the same way. How do we ensure that workers adequately recoup losses due to the pandemic? This requires a recurring multi-year investment. There is no point in dumping millions to save businesses if the people are now without homes and food can't afford to buy the products. The reality is we needn't have this discussion if the city invested in its residents and prioritized their needs over business. It's simple. Make this a safe and just economic recovery for all. And, Chairperson McDuffie, this is my second time testifying before you on this exact same issue. And it's just really frustrating to come before you because there's a huge disconnect, and we shouldn't have to ask and beg for our city to see the humanity in the people that literally have carried the city on their backs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to turn to Donnie Crawford. And good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, Councilmember Pinto, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Donnie Crawford, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Throughout nearly 2 years of the pandemic-induced economic downturn, DC has consistently held the highest Black unemployment rate and the largest Black-white unemployment ratio in the nation. Over 50% of newly food insecure respondents in our region identified as Hispanic, and Hispanic residents reported higher rates of job loss and reduced work hours than before the pandemic. These respondents are far less likely to receive public assistance due in part to ineligibility. This is all to say that many DC families, especially the largely Black and brown workers excluded from unemployment insurance, are still facing stark levels of economic hardship. While we appreciate Events DC's leadership and coordination with community partners to support workers who are excluded from federal assistance, we want to ensure that workers receive cash assistance in a timely and efficient way. It has been nearly a year since workers first advocated for this funding and almost 6 months since policymakers approved the money, yet workers have not received any assistance and their needs continue to grow. Therefore, we encourage the committee to inquire about the following during government witness testimony. I included a bunch of questions in my written testimony, but I'll only read the first two. So 1, why have there been spending delays, and what are the processing barriers that need to be eliminated before the next fiscal year? And 2, why was the $15 million that was allocated in the FY21 supplemental budget neither moved on nor processed before awaiting the start of the new fiscal year in October? This is hard to understand, particularly given the administrators had already built the needed infrastructure to release the initial round of assistance earlier that year. There is momentum for re-envisioning the social safety net and creating an inclusive economy in DC. This committee led on the landmark investments in the guaranteed income pilot, Strong Families, Strong Future DC, and the creation of the baby bonds program in the FY22 budget. The majority of the DC Council also recently introduced a bill to provide financial assistance to DC high school graduates who are undocumented and pursuing higher education. Workers who have been excluded from federal assistance are vital to our DC community as members of our families, workplaces, schools, places of worship, neighborhoods, and businesses. So it is time for DC to also include them permanently into our work and income support policies as guided by their vision and agenda. These workers will soon determine their collective vision for a long-term solution that the DC CARES program has filled in its absence. Without getting in front of that process and workers' right to self-determination, DC FBI recommends that DC government begin to converse with these workers about program requirements such as eligibility, program structure, the frequency of assistance, and the potential benefits and drawbacks of giving assistance directly to workers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony, Ms. Crawford. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Megan Wasseri. And good morning to you. And you can begin your testimony.
Thank you so much, Chairperson McDuffie. Really appreciate you giving us this space. So my name is Megan Wasseri. I'm the organizing director at the Beloved Community Incubator. The Incubator is a worker self-directed nonprofit that provides sliding scale support to workers who are worker owners in cooperatives and collective projects in the DC and the metro area region, also Maryland and Virginia. We support workers, primarily working class Black and brown workers, to create and maintain their own businesses, and so that they can control their own work, pay themselves living wages and benefits, engage in collective economic projects. And to give you a sense of our scope in the district, we work with Black and Brown worker owners who live in wards 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. My colleagues have really did a great job talking with you about the sort of the policy impacts of the lateness of the implementation of this money. So I'm actually going to skip across that part, and I'm just going to talk with you about the worker stories. So you are going to be hearing soon from my coworker Jeff Gilbert, who's our legal and technical assistance director, who gets really in the weeds with people around helping them navigate all of the things that they need to do in order to climb into the formal economy. I really appreciate your inquiry, with about, when you asked, do you have all the resources you need? Because I see the opening of the door to Events DC, asking our excluded worker communities that same question, really, and then having an answer. And so I really want to appreciate that, because that was precedent setting as a city. We were the first city to actually fund excluded workers. But I think we can go bigger and better, especially with a $500 million surplus. So Santiago is an excluded worker in your own district, Councilmember McDuffie, and she wakes up at 2:30 in the morning to cook artisanal Guatemalan food, and she's terrified she's going to lose the home that she holds down as a single mama. It's really hard to see. It's heartbreaking. And while we're helping her own her own business, all of that takes time. There is another excluded worker in your district, Chris Demola, who's from Lagos, Nigeria. He's in Ward 7, who's a cash economy worker and a brilliant artist who had almost all his art seized out of his storage facility and was sleeping on couch. That's just a couple people. There are workers in Ward 2, Noemi and Angelica, who are single mamas in Councilmember Pinto's district, who wondered if they would experience the same hunger during the pandemic that led them to flee their country. So just all of this is just to say that the workers really need the money with all due speed, and we trust you to move that process along as quickly as possible. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you so much for your testimony this morning. We're going to turn next to Jeff Gilbert. And good morning. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Jeff Gilbert. I'm a movement lawyer and the Legal and Technical Services Director at Beloved Community Incubator, or BCI. My colleague Megan did a great job describing our work. During the pandemic, I left my job as an attorney at a national organization so that I can work more directly with my neighbors in DC, because racial and economic justice matters to me deeply, and I believe we must begin locally. I work closely with many street vendors who are part of Vendedores Unidos, Vendors United, a coalition of street vendors in Washington, DC. I'm also working with more than 15 food vendors to create a cooperative food business that is launching later this month and that is democratically owned and controlled by the vendors. Most of the street vendors who I work and organize with are excluded workers. I want to share with you today about how street vendors are doubly excluded. So first, many street vendors are excluded workers because they work in the informal cash economy and/or are undocumented. The second reason that street vendors are excluded is because their workplace on the street and sidewalk is criminalized. The pandemic has been an extraordinary event in so many ways and has pushed our society to reimagine new public policies. One way we've seen this is with the new policies to support restaurants to expand their outdoor dining space to the sidewalk. At the same time, street vending without a license or in violation of the vending rules and regulations remains a misdemeanor offense punishable up to 90 days in prison. As we detailed in a report on street vending in DC titled Where the Sidewalk Ends that we published in February 2021 with an American University Law Clinic, the rules and regulations governing street and sidewalk vending in DC are at least 83 pages long. This incredibly long list of rules and regulations gives the police immense discretion to disrupt vendors on the street and sidewalk. There are instances where law enforcement has thrown out a vendor's food supply for the day or verbally attacked a vendor because the vendor does not have a vending license. A DC unlicensed street vendor is subject to criminal penalties, and police have the discretion to either arrest a vendor or initiate the post and forfeit procedure. Street vendors also face collateral consequences arising from the criminalization of street vending, that have wide-ranging effects on an individual's ability to secure employment or housing, maintain their tenuous immigration status, and maintain eligibility for government resources. For all these reasons, the DC Police Reform Commission, in their full report published in April 2021, recommended that the council decriminalize low-level offenses, including illegal street vending and other quote-unquote crimes of survival that are the result of failures of the social safety net and that have no impact on public safety. I'll also add enforcement of DC's current street vending regime has a massive disproportionate racial impact. Every vendor I've ever met on the street participating in this quote unquote crime of survival is Latina and or Black. The mayor, the city council, and city governments throughout the US like to talk about creating policy environments that support business and that support small business owners. Street vendors are small business owners. It's a sector of the economy that requires a little formal education, and outside the application process for licenses and permits requires small capital investment. Street vending is also an ideal fit for DC residents who face barriers to traditional employment, including returned and formerly incarcerated citizens and people who commonly face employment discrimination. I thought I had 5 minutes, but it seems my time is coming.
Nope. Every witness testifying before the committee has 3 minutes within which to do so. But if you provided your testimony writing, obviously we're going to incorporate that into the record. And I'll have a round of questions. My colleague, Councilman Pinto, is also here. Maybe you can expand on some of the things you wanted to say in that time.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Next, we're going to turn to Steve Hocker.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the council on business and economic development, and especially Chairperson McDuffie for the opportunity this morning to testify on behalf of Events DC. Again, my name is Steve Hocker. I'm the Executive Director of Teens Run DC. We are a sports-based youth development organization which empowers DC youth to envision and work toward the achievement of personal goals through our distance running, mentoring, and social emotional learning program. You know, I thought it was important today to take the opportunity when I was asked to testify, because in 1989, Council Member Vince Gray, when he was chairperson, when he was actually the executive director of the ARC and then also chairman of Special Olympics DC, asked me to take over Special Olympics DC. I did that for 25 years. I was the only Black CEO in the country for Special Olympics. There was no one that looked like me in any meeting that I went to across the country. So, you know, you get a certain strength from that. And I was brought up around Taft Junior High School in the Northeast in the 50s and 60s. And it had an excellent department of recreation. So, you know, I think why I'm here is that, you know, this year in 2021, crime was, we increased 15% in 2021 with homicides in DC. We can't blame it on racism or the pandemic. It was Black on Black murders and muggings. And that's why my program like Teens Run DC and in an organization like Events DC, which, you know, doesn't fund us heavily, but whatever they give us to be able to set the correct path for young kids, especially, and we only serve kids in Washington, DC, young students. We have middle school and high school students. It's vital that they get on the right path, because there's so many things that are happening in their neighborhood that are negative, that they see, that they live through. And my program is in the schools. We are constantly, you know, doing as much as we possibly can. And in fact, with Events DC, as I wind down here, you know, gives us the opportunity. We started out with $5,000. Now we're up to, you know, $15,000 grants. Hopefully we'll get, you know, we get up to the $25,000 grant, but it's all for a strong cause. And I'm a big believer in what Events DC does for nonprofits. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'd love to chat with you, probably not today in this forum, about your thoughts about crime and violence. I tend to disagree with the statement you made, actually, at least slightly. I do appreciate that you were brought up around Taft. I'm very familiar with that area around there. And I'll point out, though, that the recreation center that used to exist inside of the school no longer exists. For opportunities for young folks growing up in and around that area of 18 and Otis and Newton and Monroe. And we've seen levels of violence there over the last few years, particularly during the pandemic, that are contributing to those numbers that you referenced with the 15% increase in homicides. And so, again, not the forum right now to have that discussion, but I think there's a lot to be said about the programs that you run and others and access to those programs for the kids who need them most. So let me turn next to Reina Sosa for a testimony. Do I see that name? I do not see that name on my screen. So how about we go next to Andrew Lee? And Andrew Lee is going to be the last witness for this panel before I do a round of questions. And Councilmember Pinto. Welcome, Andrew Lee. You can begin your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Andrew Lee and serve as the Artistic Executive Director of DC Strings Workshop. It's a nonprofit focused on east of the river communities, bringing music to all parts of our city, particularly areas in our city that don't have access to it. Even throughout the pandemic, we've been proud to present more than 10 concerts of our orchestra and lead workshops in numerous community centers, DPR centers, parks, and just in the community. I don't have to tell you about the challenges of the pandemic, how it's been a real challenge for families and particularly nonprofit organizations. We know about the painful rise of gun violence, as your previous panelists just spoke about, and the pain that it's inflicting on our communities. And often we're not spending as much time focused on the children and youth that have been impacted and the pronounced learning gaps and trauma that they're experiencing and anxiety as a result of isolation and everything that's happening in regards to the pandemic. But I'm mainly here to talk about the Events DC Community Grant, which has really been a lifeline for us and allowed us to continue to keep music alive in the district. We were delivering instruments to students' homes. We had a waiting list of over 50 students that still wanted to be in the program, where we are able to provide piano, violin, strings, percussion, and other instruments to students in a virtual and small in-person classroom offerings. So we know the impact that music has on children and their lives in terms of creating opportunities for them to see themselves, the healing power of music through music therapy, and we were able to offer counseling and other services to students that were most in need. So as you continue to talk about this community program, we just call on you to continue to renew it and to expand it, include more supports for organizations that are using music and therapy and the creative arts as a resource for our students. And oftentimes these programs that their funding are not in schools. They're just not, whether it's orchestra, band, painting, you name it. So we definitely calling you to continue to support programs like that. And I would just close by saying I was really pleased to hear that Destination DC is still continuing to use so many local artists, whether it's go-go artists, whether it's classical musicians, you name it, and a lot of their marketing materials and collateral, just calling them to partner with us and others to continue to do that. You know about the challenges of how hard it is for musicians and artists and educators to continue to live in the district. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony, but appreciate your support and the work that you're doing. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to turn back to our prior witness, Reina Sosa. I understand, and thank you for letting me know that Reina Sosa is still trying to testify. I think if you could, Alicia, work with Reina Sosa as well as Artemis White, Neptune.
Yeah. Perdón, concejal. Reina, ¿puedes aprender tu video, por favor?
Okay. Do we have the
Sorry, Councilman.
No worries, no worries. If we can make sure, Alicia, if you can coordinate so we have the interpreter, if necessary.
I'll try. I haven't heard from either of those two people, but I'll work on it.
Okay, well, let's work it out.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. The
Yes, I'm here too. We're here.
We're here.
Perfect, perfect. I do see you both. Thank you for letting me know. If there's anybody who is working with Reina Sosa, if Reina Sosa is ready to testify now, then we're prepared to hear from the witness. We have the interpreters available as well.
Perdón, Reina, ¿usted puede que seguir, por favor? Si puede aprender tu microfónico sería bien.
This
Gracias.
person actually hasn't joined to testify. I'm going to call them offline. So Councilmember, you can proceed with your round of questions.
Okay, all right, we'll work it out. We'll make sure we begin the second round with those witnesses. Actually, what I will do is I'll start with the round. If you can give me 10 minutes, and then we'll have Councilmember Pinto, and then we'll come back to our second half of public witnesses who have signed up to testify. So let me just ask a few of my questions. And I'll begin with what I think is really been the theme of the public testimony for this panel, which is the $41 million in funding. Let's talk about the Community Foundation and just the timing for you all. And I'll throw this out to the panel for anyone who wants to respond. But in terms of the experience that you all had working with the community to get some of the initial rounds of funding out previously, this seems to be taking a really long time in terms of getting this out to people. What's been you all's experience with the prior rounds of funding that we did? Because I believe the Community Foundation also administered that, working with Events DC. I'm looking at Judy Esty, if you want to respond.
Sure. I think one of the challenges is this is the process right now. The money has to be from Events DC to the Community Foundation to 4 nonprofits that are administrating the funds. But in order for those nonprofits to hire the staff that they need to reach out to 15,000 people, they need to have that money committed and in hand. So it's like they can't even begin the process of beginning to outreach to people because they can't hire the staff because they haven't gotten the money yet. And so because of that multiple steps, it's getting slower and slower and slower. And we've been in communication with those 4 providers. We have regular weekly phone calls to check in on it. And so part of it is, yes, we understand the government procurement process is a slow process, but at this point, it's honestly ridiculous. I mean, the money has been approved. So, unless we can't move that money, I understand why those nonprofits can't hire the staff and they can't even begin the process for folks. I will say, however, it doesn't make sense that this is taking longer because the past 2 years is when we did all this outreach to identify folks who were eligible and really did a lot of outreach to those communities.
Yeah, so, but it's the same 4 organizations that are partnering to administer it, correct?
Correct.
So you're dealing with the same sort of universe of organizations, and for the most part, people, right? Plus or minus a few, but to your point, I would think that the level of efficiency would be much better than it is, given that this isn't the first time around for us engaging with this process. Do you all, have you or anybody else who wants to chime in? Donnie's on the call, others have testified, Megan, Wasseri. Is there anything different that's happening right now that is slowing down this process to your knowledge? Did it go differently the first time it came out? Because I would imagine any of the obstacles or challenges that stood in the way of getting this out the door quickly the last time would have been eliminated as we find ourselves 2 years into the pandemic.
Donnie, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think what we had heard from some of the community partners was that they had let staff go in between rounds. So they would have to re-onboard everyone that helped administer the program for this latest round. My concern was that, you know, the mayor had put 15 million in her supplemental budget. And I would think that that would enable them to either keep staff or be able to initiate the process sooner than they have been thus far. So that part, I don't understand why it's taking so long, because they had funding before the fiscal year started.
That's a quick question. I know you outlined some questions in your testimony that you plan to obviously have a really thorough line of questions with Greg Odell about this process and why it's taken so long. You know, I don't actually want to spend too much time because I think your testimony was very helpful. I think, albeit fairly predictable, given where we are, and I want to get to speak with Greg Odell, and so I'm actually going to reserve my 5 minutes unless there's something else. I know Jeff Gilbert, you wanted to maybe offer another point, so I want to give you just a minute, if you would, to summarize the rest of your testimony before I turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round. I want to actually get to our government witness because I think that's what we all want to know about right now. Really, what's going on? What's the time frame? When is this money going to get out of the door into the hands of the people who need it? But I'll give you, Jeff Gilbert, another opportunity to maybe summarize your testimony for a minute.
Thank you so much. So what I wanted to say is that we really appreciate the Events DC funding, and we think it's a really important harm reduction measure to support excluded workers to continue to survive with dignity in the pandemic. I also want to name that we need to move beyond harm reduction and towards abolishing the structural conditions that keep workers excluded. For street vendors, this means beginning with the council passing 2 vendor reform bills that Ward 1 Council Member Nadeau introduced last year. So the first bill is the Street Vending Decriminalization Amendment Act of 2021, which would remove criminal penalties for vending without a proper license. Unlicensed selling would remain a civil infraction enforced by the city's DCRA, but this kind of decriminalization would be a deterrent to escalation between the community and police, something that I think our city really needs now. The second vendor reform bill is called the Sidewalk Vending Zones Amendment Act of 2021, and it would amend the city's Vending Regulations Act of 2009 to establish designated zones for sidewalk selling. It would vastly reduce the fees people need to pay in order to secure vending licenses, and it would create a much simpler system to apply for vending licenses. So to summarize, I just wanted to lift up, we need to move towards abolishing the structural conditions that make all workers excluded. Thank you for the extra time.
And thank you for your testimony. I think some reforms in the area around street vending are sorely needed. And I appreciate you referencing the 2 measures that have been introduced. I'm going to turn now to Councilmember Brooke Pinto for a 10-minute round.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. And thank you so much for everyone on this panel for your really powerful and important testimony in making sure that the stories of all of those who were trying to help with this funding are told, and that we can get folks the relief and the cash they need as soon as possible. I share the concern and I'm really troubled to continue to hear that these cash disbursements have not been made yet. And forgive me if Councilor McDuffie just got this answer. I had to step away for a moment, but want to ask those who have worked with excluded workers what the correspondence has been like with Events DC and what they're being told about the timeline. And maybe I can start with you, Ms. Etsy, and I'm not sure if Commissioner Patel or Ms. Crawford have thoughts on that as well.
I actually might ask somebody else from my colleagues about this particular question. We've been in regular communication with the 4 providers, Mary Center, Bread for the City. I'm blanking on the other 2 names at this moment. And so that's been our main level of communication. And then those providers have been in contact with Events DC. Does anyone else have additional information on that?
That's my same understanding as well, Judy. So that's not to say there hasn't been communications. We've just been in more contact with the implementing nonprofits.
And those nonprofits what have they shared with you about the timeline or their correspondence with Events DC?
Well, there's a whole other intermediary, which is the Community Foundation. So what I remember hearing from them is like, it's the process of getting Events DC to transfer to the Community Foundation, and then each one of them needs to do a procurement process with the Community Foundation. So part of the issue that they have said to us is like, this is what it's like to get government funding. I'm a grantee of the Community Foundation, and I know that that can be sometimes a slow process, but this seems ridiculous.
And I don't know if you heard what I just said to Chairperson McDuffie, but we had heard that in between the last two rounds, so this is now the third round of the DC Cares program, that the nonprofits had to actually let staff go. And so until they are actually able to have money on hand, they would not be able to hire the people responsible for helping to disperse this money and get the money out the door.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that. And Ms. Crawford, you mentioned that DC was the first state to provide cash assistance to excluded workers, or at least pass it in the budget. Have you heard of other innovative approaches that other states have been employing to support workers, either through direct cash assistance, excluded workers, whether it be cash assistance or some other way to be supportive that they've asked for?
So I didn't get to talk about this in my testimony. Obviously, there's a lot of excluded worker funds in the country right now. And the two biggest ones that get a lot of attention outside of ours is New York State and Washington State. And what I wanted to highlight is our eligibility is actually much broader than theirs. For just political reasons, they were forced to compromise. And so both of those programs only are available to workers who are undocumented. But as you know, the DC Cares program is eligible to everyone, returning citizens, workers who are undocumented, people who work in the informal economy like sex workers, day laborers, domestic workers. And that's something that I would like to see continue in the future. Obviously, excluded workers will be coming before you to let you know what their long-term needs and demands are for this program, but that is a special component to the DC program that I haven't seen in other states. So I just want to name that. And then also, given what we know about just direct cash assistance programs and how that is getting a lot of momentum in DC and nationwide, all over the country, including the South, that's something that we can also think about in the future, like having more regular payments, having this be institutionalized in our government system. That's something that workers are starting to talk about as well.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Pinto, I just wanted to, in response to your question, also point out that New York State has done this. They passed $2 billion in excluded worker assistance, and that was actually, I believe, workers are getting monthly payments. So if we're looking at possible better ways of administering funding, I definitely would encourage us to be looking at what New York State has been doing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. No, that's very helpful. And thank you, Ms. Crawford, as well. So Commissioner Patel, thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing also your own personal experience. I think that's really important as we frame this discussion and think about allocations and what is a livable amount to help support folks get through this time. You spoke, and you have spoken in the past too, about the deepening disparities that's happening because of the lack of assistance that's come. And so now the need is growing even more. Can you speak to that a little bit about because of these delays, the increasing need that we're seeing?
Absolutely, Councilwoman Pinto. So one of the biggest disparities that I've seen is when we appeared before the council last year, every member of the council was pushing stay DC, vigorously to excluded workers and justifying that the reason why a $41 million ask was justified is that all of the people who are classified as excluded workers would be eligible for Stay DC. Stay DC was not constructed in a manner that allowed easy accessibility for excluded workers. I mean, the same community partners that were responsible for DC Cares were the same community partners that stepped in and made sure as many of our excluded worker population did qualify for that. Stay DC has now run out of money. Yes, we have $17 million more coming, but a lot of these fundings that excluded workers got was to play catch up. They've never, ever had a chance to catch a break or a breath at this moment. And the fact that we lobbied and fought so hard, tooth and nail, to get $41 million. And, we got this funding. We finished the budget cycle at the end of August. We thought we'd get it in their hands by October of 2021. We are now in February of 2022, and they still don't have their money. And it's very, very discouraging for them because, our workers are sitting here and they're telling me, I'm an elected official just like you and Chairperson McDuffie, that their government doesn't care. And I have nothing to say to them. And I'm like, I have to constantly be on an apology tour before El Congreso, which is the Congress of Workers. And I mean, we have to make this work for them. And I mean, I don't know the nuances the way my colleagues Donnie Crawford and Judy Etsy know, and especially Jeff Gilbert. All I can just tell you is that they're consistently telling me that they don't have a way to pay their rent. They, the money that they got from the second round, they blew through so quickly. It was to catch up, not get ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate that. And we'll certainly try to get to the bottom of those delays and help get people the money as quickly as they can. Mr. Lee, are you still with us?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. I think Chairman McDuffie may come back to you, Ms. Sosa, but he'll be here in a moment. Mr. Lee, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Great.
Sorry about that.
Well, thank you. No problem. Thank you so much for your work with DC Strings. I think it is a perfect illustration of what we talk about when we talk about supporting our youth, building wraparound communities that don't just end at the lines of the home or the school, and that we really have to be part of the solution in providing more opportunities for our young people, especially in areas around the arts and music, which is so exciting. And so just want to see in this last minute if you have other recommendations for expansion of the program, how it's been running in the last year, and any ideas for improvements that you'd like to see.
I would say it's a real challenge. I mean, a lot of similarly situated nonprofits, are very dependent on government grants and local donors and foundations, and everyone's kind of strapped right now. So it's been challenging. We have waiting lists, of hundreds of kids that want to be in the program, and we just don't have the capacity or resources right now to accommodate. So I would say investments there would be really helpful. Some of the larger institutions have been really helpful, like Washington Performing Arts and others, to build capacity, technical assistant, sharing teachers, and best practices and things like that. So I think looking to expand would be great. We've partnered with DPR and DCPS and other agencies, but it's a real challenge just based on the need and how many people want to be involved in the program.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to this entire panel. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and thank you to all the witnesses that are here. We're actually going to turn back to our public witnesses. And I know the first person we plan to hear from on this next panel is Reina Sosa, who is a street vendor. And we've already heard from Andrew Lee. And then we're going to also have Jenny Billfield, who's President and CEO of Washington Performing Arts, Kimberly Gaines, Executive Director, East of River Steel Band. While I'm at it, I want to go back. Somebody had reminded me in the chat it was somebody else, I think, who needed an interpretation, perhaps. Artemis White, Neptune, I'm not sure if that person needs to interpret or not, but I think I left off with Kimberly Gaines, Abdul Rahim Muhammad, founder and executive director of Untitled Choi May. There's Artemis White, who's a vendor, BCI. Christopher Newses, who's director of development and communications, the Fishing School. Chester Reese, executive producer and band leader, Big Chest DC Music Group. Robert Simon, executive director, Nomis Youth Network, and Rebecca Madrano, who's executive director of Gala Hispanic Theater. Those will wrap up the public witnesses who I have previously signed up to testify. If we can make sure that they've all, I see some names who've been transitioned over as panelists. So I'd like to begin with Reina Sosa.
Quisiera comenzar con la señora Reina Sosa.
Just remind our staff.
Sí, hola, buenas. Hola. ¿Sí me
Yes,
escuchan?
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sí.
Sí, señora.
Sí, ok. Hola, buenos días.
Good morning, first of all.
Gracias a todos por permitirnos esta oportunidad. Y gracias a Megan, a Jeff y a la incubadora, porque sin este apoyo que ellos nos dan.
Thank you to all for providing us this opportunity to testify. Thank you to Megan, the incubator.
And Jeff, porque sin ellos no sería posible tener esta oportunidad tampoco, porque sé que ellos buscan la oportunidad para que nuestras voces sean escuchados.
Yes, because without them, we are provided the opportunity so that our voices can be heard, because without them, it would not be possible.
Y bueno, como ya saben, mi nombre es Reina Sosa.
And as you know, my name is Reina Sosa.
Formo parte de Vendedores Unidos aquí en Washington, D.C.
I am part of the street vendors here in Washington, D.C.
Y por lo tanto, también formo parte de los millones que estamos excluidos por parte del gobierno en esta pandemia.
Yes, and also we're part of the millions of people that have been excluded by the government during this pandemic.
Y hoy en esta mañana quiero decir con todo respeto.
And this morning, with due respect, I would like to say that
de que es un tanto vergonzoso.
That is a little bit embarrassing.
De que nosotros como trabajadores excluidos,
that we as excluded workers,
hemos ido a estar pidiendo,
we have come to ask
para que un alivio económico, porque nosotros también hemos sufrido, estábamos devastados también con esta pandemia.
It's for an economic relief, because we have been devastated due to the pandemic.
Porque lamentablemente no se habían acordado de nosotros.
Because unfortunately, they have not thought about us.
Entonces, como bien sabemos, se aprobaron los 41 millones el año pasado.
And as we all know, the $41 million were approved last year.
Estamos en febrero.
And it's already February.
Y no hay ningún indicio de cuándo se nos va a proveer de estas migajas, disculpen la palabra.
And there's no notice as to when we would be provided with this, I'm sorry about the word, but this crumbs.
Nosotros necesitamos ese dinero ahora, ya.
We need that money now, right away.
Habemos latinos, habemos morenos, somos una diversidad cultural que hemos sido excluidos de todo esto.
Yes, we are a cultural diversity. We have Latinos, we have Blacks, and we all have been excluded from this process.
Entonces nosotros también, como decía Laura, me parece hace unos momentos, pagamos taxes y hacemos todo lo que tenemos que hacer.
Yes, and as Laura mentioned it, we pay for our taxes, and we do whatever it is necessary for us to do.
Entonces, ahí no nos excluyen de todo esto.
Then they do not exclude us from all of this.
¿Y por qué? Para darnos un poco de ayuda. ante esta pandemia que todo el mundo ha sufrido, de que
Why
ha sido
is it,
algo muy fuerte, porque sí.
why is it that you have not provided us due to the pandemic that has affected all?
Entonces, yo pienso que, por favor, ese dinero lo necesitamos ya.
And
No
I
el otro año,
and
no
I,
en unos meses, ya.
yes, and I feel that we really do need that money. We need it right away, now, and we don't need it tomorrow. We need it now.
Y también nosotros inicialmente estábamos pidiendo los 200,000.
And initially we started asking for the 200,000.
Que lamentablemente se redujeron a 41.
Yes, and sadly, it was reduced to 41.
Entonces, creo que nosotros necesitamos más de 41,000 porque no somos uno ni dos personas, somos millones y tenemos hijos, tenemos familia que dependen de nosotros.
Yes, and I think that we all need it. We don't need 41 because there are a lot of us, millions of us that have family and children, and we need that.
Entonces, yo como vendedora de la
as a
calle,
street vendor,
ambulante,
ambulatory vendor,
del que hemos estado luchando también por una licencia por mucho tiempo.
We have been struggling and fighting to obtain a business license for a long time.
Y no se nos ha querido dar esa ayuda.
That help has not been provided to us.
Nuestra vida es muy difícil, nuestra vida no es fácil.
Our life is very difficult. It is not very easy.
Yo tengo mis hijos.
I have my children.
Tengo 6 hijos y lucho cada día por ellos.
I have 6 children and I fight for them very hard every single day.
Y algo que quiero resaltar, no estoy pidiendo regalado, no estoy pidiendo que me donen dinero, no, estoy trabajando.
Yes, there's something that I want to highlight, that I'm not asking for any charity. I'm not asking for any money to be given to me because I am working.
Pero sí quiero que por favor, de alguna manera, esas licencias puedan salir lo más antes posible.
Yes, but I please ask you to please make sure that those licenses are issued as soon as it is possible.
Estamos nosotros dispuestas a hacer todo en regla y todo como se nos pida.
Yes, we are ready to do everything, go by the book, and anything that is asked of us, we are ready to do so.
Solo necesitamos una oportunidad, por favor.
Please, we only need one opportunity.
Somos gente que trabaja muy duro. Nos levantamos a las 4 de la mañana.
Yes, we're people that work very hard. We get up at around 4 a.m.
para tratar de hacer lo mejor posible, trabajando con nuestras manos.
Yes, to do whatever is possible, to work with our hands.
Nos sacrificamos quizás en todo el día hasta las 8 o 9 de la noche.
We
10,
sacrifice the whole day, sometimes until 9, 10, 11 p.m.
Trabajamos en el frío, en el calor, en la nieve.
Yes,
Entonces, por favor.
We work when it's cold, we work when it's snowing, we work when it's hot. If you could please.
Y ustedes pueden visitarnos cuando ustedes gusten y quieran. Estamos en la 14.
Yes, and if you ever need us for anything, we're located on 14th and Irving Street.
Para que vean cómo sorteamos nuestra vida todos los días. Muchas gracias por todo.
So that you can see how we deal with our daily life. Thank you so much for all. Muchísimas gracias.
And thank you for your testimony. Ms. Sosa, I'm happy to work with you and the staff that I have on the committee for any assistance you might need in pursuing your business license.
Sí, y muchísimas gracias por estar aquí presente, y yo y mi personal podemos hacer todo lo posible para que usted pueda obtener su licencia de negocio.
Muchas gracias, se lo voy a agradecer muchísimo.
Thank you so much. I would appreciate it so much. Thank you.
And obviously the most pressing issue which you testified about, obviously, is the timing of getting the 41 into the hands of the excluded workers that it was intended to support.
Sí,
So I
y
appreciate
también, sí, también le agradezco porque también queríamos asegurarnos de que los 40,000 les llegue a las manos de los trabajadores necesitados.
Ok, muchas gracias. Agradezco mucho
Thank you.
su tiempo que se
Thank you
toman.
so
Muchas
much, and I
gracias.
appreciate the time that you took for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
De
All
nada,
right, we're going to turn
gracias.
to Jenny Billfield. And I think my staff may be having some challenges with the time clock. Just to let everybody know, every witness who's testifying before the committee has 3 minutes and wish to do so. And good morning still to you, Jenny Billfield. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you. And it has been really moving to hear what our colleagues have been doing in the nonprofit world these past 3 hours, hearing the testimony and the questions. Thank you for your diligence and for your service. I'm Jenny Billfield, President and CEO of Washington Performing Arts, and I appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony in support of Events DC, which has been a generous funder of our school-based arts education programs in collaboration with the DC Public Schools. We share a fierce commitment to community and are committed to supporting impactful work that benefits the residents and economy of Washington, DC. With our arts education programs, our goal has always been to have a positive impact upon the social, emotional, and creative learning of students in primary and secondary schools. And Andrew Lee is another exponent of this set of goals. Our resilience has enabled us to achieve this goal by adapting our programs to a virtual space and now simultaneously to adapt to in-school pandemic learning environments and the ever-changing conditions that vary by school and often by week and by day. The programs that Events DC has helped make possible are focused on our Capital Arts program and DC Honors Ensemble in partnership with DCPS. Through these programs, primary and secondary school-age students from all 8 wards are selected by their teachers to participate in ensemble rehearsals for strings, band, and wind ensembles, and to receive instruction from teaching and guest artists. This year, we're expanding the program in 2 really important ways. The first new component of the Honor Ensemble program is a pilot focusing on go-go workshops for 4th grade students in our Capital Arts program. Through the year-long workshops and new curriculum, cohorts of students will help create a go-go rhythmic motif that will be transformed into a full composition by Benjamin Sands, who is a frequent member of Rare Essence and a DCPS teacher, who's composed past go-go pieces for our honors ensembles. If this pilot is successful, we plan to expand it in future years to ensure continuity of learning. And Councilmember McDuffie, as you've articulated and so clearly championed, go-go is the music of Washington, DC. It's never too early for kids to understand the culture of the communities that they're growing up in and to be part of it and to be part of that regeneration. The second new component of the Honor Ensemble program will be the inclusion of professional development opportunities for DCPS teachers participating in this pilot. So we have the students participating, we have the teachers learning, which really fits hand in glove in support of arts education and go-go. These opportunities are currently being developed by Dr. Jessica Silver and the Washington Performing Arts staff. Conditions permitting, the students will be able to meet and perform together in the spring, but we're also prepared to honor and celebrate their achievement by documenting their work in video form. We've had to be adaptable, all of us. So you may wonder how this relates to Events DC and the local economy. The creative sector is one of the most important drivers of the DC economy, and I think there's a lot more that can be said on that. While the most visible entities within the sector are indeed the big venues and performance spaces that attract audiences, there are innumerable teaching artists, performers who fuel learning in the classrooms and arts programs around the city. Support from Events DC, as well as the DC Commission, private donors, and foundations have enabled us to engage teaching artists, composers, arrangers, administrative staff, technicians, audio and video production staff, and to provide essential professional development opportunities for teachers involved in our arts education programs. Indeed, the arts provide connection between people and organizations and across sectors in ways that benefit our youth, our artists, our economy, and our community. So on behalf of those who participate in these vital arts education programs, we thank Events DC for investing in Washington Performing Arts. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Kimberly Gaines. And good morning. You can begin your
Good
testimony.
morning. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, and all who are present. My name is Kimberly C. Gaines. I'm the Executive Director of the East of the River Boys and Girls Steel Band. We're located in Ward 7, serving youth ages 12 and up, and we're focused on musical education through the artistry of the steel pan, youth development, and cultural heritage education and experiences. As you may or may not know, there are but a few homegrown organizations left in Ward 7 that were born out of the sheer will of founders like that of ours, the late Dr. Gladys Whitworth Bray. We have been serving young people for 28 years consistently, resiliently, and effectively. We are so very grateful to be recipients of funds from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and foundational support that aids in our programming, but we also receive funding from Events DC. This funding allows us the flexibility to serve Ward 7 and 8 organizations through collaboration, offsetting experiences and expenses that would otherwise hinder performances for small organizations. I'm not sure if anyone is familiar with the steel pan and what it takes to load and unload for performances. We have 15 band members, 32 pans of varying sizes, stands, a drum kit, and of course, percussion. There are a lot of moving parts to what we do. Our organization is unique in our musical experience for both our young people who perform as well as the community. We appreciate this funding for our logistical needs that help us move across this city. Our city is unique in so many ways, and having the assistance of Events DC allows us to display that uniqueness. It also allows our youth the opportunity to be unofficial ambassadors when we travel regionally. For our youth, seeing how many people are truly in support of their endeavors and their future encourages them to strive for excellence. It is one thing to provide funding, but it's another thing to provide support, which is evident when we welcome members of Events DC to our performances. When we think about the community at large and what it means to be community driven and create opportunities so that our young people have places to go, things to do, and futures to create, it starts at this level. It starts at the level of homegrown organizations that do their best and strive for excellence. Events DC helps us push forward in the pursuit of that excellence. I thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn to our next witness, Abdur Rahim Muhammad. And good afternoon. Are you with us? I see their name on my screen. You may want to turn your video on.
Yes.
Okay. I hear your audio. Do you plan to turn your video on as well or no?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us today for this oversight hearing. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, and to the other members of the committee, and to the staff of the Events DC Grants Program. My name is Abdurrahim Mohammed, a native Washingtonian and founder and executive director of the Hung Tao Choi Mei Leadership Institute, now celebrating our 27th year at our 1351 U Street Northwest location in Ward 1. We are a traditional African and Chinese cultural arts organization. I'm very proud to mention that I operate a nonprofit servicing our city's children and youth only a few blocks away from where I was born and where my family has had a working presence for over 100 years. The past few years have been very challenging for small businesses and nonprofits. We've had to be creative to survive the pandemic, and now just as creative to survive what hopefully may be the post-pandemic. A portion of the funding we received from the Events DC grant for 2022 is being used to offset our rent, which is slowly rising back to pre-pandemic monthly rate. badly worn protective gear used for sparring and self-defense training, and restoration of our drums and percussion instruments used in our lion and dragon dance performance classes. When we opened Untitled Chapter in 1995, we were determined to use the power of our art forms and athletic discipline to enable our participants to better channel their energy while maintaining them to focus, concentrate, be more creative, while encouraging them to pursue their dreams with confidence and vigor. I purposely use the phrase channeling their energy because it is my belief that among other factors, young people at times place themselves in harm's way or less than positive situations because they either overreact to a perceived slight, lack confidence to handle a situation using knowledge or training, and maturity plays a part in this. But if they knew how to control that quick rise in energy that happens in the moment of confrontation and hold the release of that energy for a few more seconds, then the possibility of a violent outburst or emotional explosion may not occur. Whether the class for the day is self-defense or lion dance or drumming, the class begins with meditation. These first few moments of class teach participants how to remain calm and think about channeling their energy throughout their body. And each class ends with a session called Ask Sifu. Sifu is a Cantonese term meaning father teacher. It is during these sessions that our participants are able to ask questions, not just on the day's lessons, but anything that may be on their minds. And these sessions are very helpful as we seek to develop the whole person. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much to Events DC Grants Program for the very generous grant for fiscal year 2022. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Artemis White. Is Artemis?
He's not with us, sir.
Okay, all right, well, we'll go to the next person. And that's Christopher Anuzis. Welcome, and you can get testimony.
Good afternoon. I think we're there. Yeah. Good afternoon now. I have some street work going on, so I'm not sure if you have any background drilling right now. How's the audio?
Well, I've got a really busy street outside me too, so it's fine, and we can hear you perfectly.
I wasn't sure if my mic was picking up. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for letting us join today. My name is Christopher Nuzis. I'm the Director of Development and Communications for the Fishing School, a nonprofit out-of-school time provider that supports students attending Title I eligible schools throughout Washington, D.C. I'm joining today to testify to express the Fishing School's support for Events DC's Community Grants Program. We've been a grantee of Events DC for the past 2 years, receiving funding in support of our club's curriculum. So a little bit of history about our organization. We are headquartered in Deanwood and predominantly serve schools in wards 7 and 8, though we are open to all schools across this, all Title I eligible schools across the city. And we've been operating since 1990, where we originally started near Trinidad on Wiley Street, serving just a few students that went to J.O. Wilson at the time. Our mission at the Fishing School is to prepare elementary and middle school youth for success in high school and life by providing them academic performance and life skills and engaging them and their parents in intensive multi-year research-based out-of-school time and parental engagement programs and activities. Our curriculum combines academic interventions and enrichment with life skills development. The combination of social and emotional learning with educational enrichment is shown to not only increase academic achievement by 11 percentage points, but also increases pro-social behaviors like empathy and sharing in our students, improves student attitudes towards school, and helps reduce depression and stress among students. So our clubs component is a vital part of our after-school and summer camp curricula. And Events DC is an important partner in our ability to facilitate that aspect of our program. As I mentioned, we're a grantee, and they grants that we received for the past 2 years have supported the clubs aspect of our curriculum specifically. Our clubs provide opportunities for students to improve physical strength and ability, enhance social interactions, develop leadership skills and self-esteem, foster teamwork, and engage in artistic and creative pursuits in a safe and secure environment. The fishing school first became a grantee of Events DC during the pandemic, at a time when a lot of our parents were reporting that mental health of their students was in decline, largely from sitting behind a computer all day and not getting to socialize with students, and just getting technology fatigue from distance learning. Our Events DC community grant has helped us incorporate a lot of interactive activities and engaging components to our program. For example, we offered Fitbits to 3rd through 5th grade students in our program to encourage friendly competition while we were all at home during distance learning. Brought in a program called Power Up Your School to do invigorating math skills through physical activity. And since we've returned to the classroom, students are reaping the benefit of our partnership.
The news is, I'm not sure if you could see the clock, but your timing expired if you want to just summarize.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, yeah. I will wrap up just to say that the support of our clubs program is really essential, particularly through the pandemic and now that we've returned to in-person, and we are thankful for Events DC and their support.
Thank you for your testimony. Going to turn next to Chester Reese. Do I see that? Yep, I see the name, and good afternoon to you. If you're with us, you can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. Okay, I'm going to go next to Robert Simon.
I'm here. This is Chester. I'm here. If you can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you now. Yep. If you do you plan to turn on your video, or are you audio only?
How's that?
Perfect. I can see you and hear you. So good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Washington, D.C. leadership, including yourself, Council Chair McDuffie. I'm familiar with your family, so I'm really, really glad to see you work this morning. And my name is Chester Reese. I am a broadcast professional of over 20 years with NBC and MSNBC, Fox, and other global broadcasters. I'm also a multi-disciplined artist who grew up in Ward 8. I still have a home in Ward 8. Got a conservatory degree from Circle and Square Theater Conservatory in New York, where I was a Broadway actor. But prior to that life as an artist, I have been immersed in go-go my entire life. The paradigm shift that COVID created sent a lot of us home. And when I say home, I'm talking about broadcasters and artists, because everything was closed. So that presented both blessing and burden. Let's speak about the blessing part of it. We were able to enlist and assemble many of our very talented musicians that were on tour with global and international artists. Because they couldn't travel anymore, they were home and ready to work. So we were wonderfully prolific with producing original music within the genre of go-go, and actually fusing different genres with the attempt to stretch the music. So I'll get right to it. We were able to produce a project that has 33 records that serves as a love letter to go-go, and also has interludes that include interviews with people that have been prominent in the music for many years. So it's a time capsule for go-go. During the pandemic, we performed, albeit without an audience, at the Howard Theater. We just did a show at the Blues Alley with an audience. We were blessed to receive coverage from WRC Channel 4, WUSA Channel 9, and we had 2 articles in the Washington Post. I went to Vegas for 3 shows where we brought DC's official music, go-go, to Vegas. And I am in serious conversations and negotiations with a possible residency to bring our music to that coast, also with some licensing companies in LA. Our objective is to stretch the music. I encourage you, Council Chair McDuffie, and everybody that works with Washington, D.C. leadership to truly embrace go-go as its official D.C. music. I love Sonny Sumter and D.C. jazz, and I got word that is now over the Labor Day weekend. But it is my assertion that we should embrace go-go, much like New Orleans embraces jazz with Mardi Gras, and create a weekend and a festival where we can bring those tourist dollars in to DC and have go-go serve as the central focus. The demographics of go-go music have changed. We have tax-paying citizens that patronize these clubs, and the violence that was attached to go-go a decade or so ago is now not a part of a factor in this equation. We should embrace our music, and I stand ready to serve. I appreciate your time. There's a lot more that we're involved with that I'd love to share if the opportunity permits itself. But I want to thank specifically Laos Battle at Events DC, Ryan, Paul David Snell, and others who have been instrumental in keeping people.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. I
appreciate it. Mr. Reese, your time has expired, and I certainly, like you, embrace go-go music as our homegrown genre, and frankly is one of the reasons why I work with people in the community to author the legislation to establish go-go as the official music of the District of Columbia. I think there's lots more that we can do. If you heard my questions to Destination DC earlier, you'll likely hear a lot of questions to Events DC later, but I think there's more that the city should be doing to elevate go-go, much in the way that, as you mentioned, New Orleans elevates jazz, Nashville elevates country music, and I think it's important. New York and hip hop, the list goes on. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn next and see if I understand that we've been joined by Artemis White, and so I want to give her an opportunity to testify. I don't know if she is testifying by phone or is with us on the Zoom staff. I don't see the name. I don't know if you have added Artemis White as a panelist.
I've not been able to make contact.
Okay. That's interesting because I'm told that Artemis White is with us. Let me see, give me 1 second. Yeah, I don't see the person as either a panelist or an attendee on the Zoom. So we have a couple more folks who are still going to testify. So let me turn to them. And if we are joined by Artemis White before we go to Greg Odell, then obviously we will give her the opportunity to testify. But next we have Robert Simon. And good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. Good afternoon.
Are you audio only with us?
I turned the cameras on. For some reason, it's not coming up. I don't know why, but on my computer, the camera it should be on.
That's fine. Yeah, please.
I don't know why it's not on, but I'm Robert Simon III, Executive Director and Head Coach at Nomis Youth Network and the Nomis Boxing Community Center. We're located at 2403 Benning Road Northeast, which is in Ward 7, right across the street from the old Spingarn Senior High School where I was graduated from in 1984 in the new trolley car station. In fact, I grew up around the corner on 25th Place. We're so thankful for Events DC for giving us the community grant where we focus on self-esteem, self-discipline, healthy lifestyles, in addition to Olympic boxing, sports mentoring, and counseling. I always say we're more than just a boxing program. I'm a master's level counseling psychologist. So we're a safe haven. And our mission is to build resiliency, utilizing the sport of boxing as the catalyst to change. So the Events DC grant, we're so thankful. It's really saved us. We provide in-person summer camp programming as well as our after-school boxing academy. Some of the grant was used for general operating support, salary, PPE supplies, boxing equipment. All of our young people have their own boxing equipment. We have those young people that come in and learn the fundamentals, those young people that come in, want to eat a snack, just hang out and have a safe haven, play pool. And we have those young people that are on our elite boxing team. So one of the things that this grant from Events DC did, and the young people are so appreciative because we serve youth age 5 to 24 in the District of Columbia, was it enabled our, of course, our boxing summer camp younger participants to go on field trips and be introduced to the sport and physical health sports programming. But our older participants rather, and our elite boxing team, those are young people who've mastered the fundamentals of Olympic style boxing. They were able to travel and compete this year in some pretty big national and regional and local tournaments. In fact, in July, we were able to take our team to Fayetteville, North Carolina to compete in the Christy Martin tournament. And in August, we were able to take our elite boxing team to the National Golden Gloves in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This past December, we were able to take members of our elite boxing team to the USA Boxing National Championships in Shreveport, Louisiana. And we would not have been able to do this without the help and assistance from Events DC. So we're so thankful for Events DC, for all the support we've been given. This is like our 3rd or 4th year of receiving a community grant. So for those young people, if they could be here, on their behalf, I'm gonna say thank you, thank you, thank you. And so we continue to do what we do, and we're just so happy we're able to serve the residents of the District of Columbia. And so thank you for this opportunity, and thanks again.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Simon. I do see Artemis White now on the Zoom. Welcome. I'm going to turn to you now for you to provide testimony, and good afternoon to you. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You are still muted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, Councilmember Ms. Duffy and everybody on the panel, thank you for having me, although it's been a struggle for me to get on, but I'm here. I'm going to try to get into this quickly. My name is Artemis White. I live in DC for over 20 years. I'm a Washingtonian. I am also an excluded worker, and I'm being represented by the Beloved Community Incubators. I'm also a part of the DC Vending Association. During my years, I worked a lot of jobs around DC and contributed my share of taxes as well. I came to this country as an immigrant, and my struggles was not easy. I faced physical and mental abuse. I faced homelessness. I lost my children because the system felt like I was incapable of taking care of their basic needs. I fought and I struggled with the help of organizations in DC. I would not have been able to be here today to speak for myself and on behalf of others. During the pandemic, I was forced to work on my own business and work even harder. I began cooking and West Indian dishes, making candles and skin products. Without the help of Beloved Community Incubator, Megan and Jeff and other organizations, many of us would not have made it through. Beloved Community Incubator created jobs and co-ops, provided food, diapers, cash assistance for excluded workers and their families. Majority of communities suffered during this crucial time. Many of them was and is unable to feed their children and their own families and take care of their basic needs. They struggle to pay bills. Many are still facing evictions. Many are still left behind. We continue to suffer and struggle through this hardship. The vendors fought in 2020 for $200 million, which would help many families in DC. We was granted $41 million, which as of today, the money still cannot be released. We are here today to demand the release of the $41 million that was granted to us. We have organizations that is already set up in place that, you know, is eligible to distribute this money to these families. Our communities continue to suffer from the lack of these funds. Our council members, mayors, and representatives of our communities, you are our backbone. You are our strength and our representation. And without the assistance from you, our people will not elevate. We are being treated unrelated, which is heartless and uncommitted. For the last year, 2022, the money is still not released to these families. So no family should lack anything, or anyone, no one should lack anything. And our communities, that should help our communities upraise themselves and their families. I basically say fighting for what was legally granted to us is ridiculous. We are here to demand the release of the funds today. These funds will impact our families to pay past bills and, you know, bills that was accumulated, past debts owed, keep a roof over their heads, create more co-ops, more jobs, that more people can own their own businesses, like, you know, like myself. Although $41 million is not enough, since there are over 15,000 excluded workers in DC now, it will save the lives of their families and take shames out of their eyes, keep a roof over their heads. Again, I request that these funds be released today. We will continue to fight for the $160 million, you know, that will remove the struggles our community face and elevate these families and our communities to success and overcome the struggles in which we continue to go through. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. White, for your testimony. We were able to have you join the hearing
Thank you.
Afternoon, and we appreciate you sharing a very personal story. We've got one more we do around the questions, so I'm not sure if you're able to stick around, but we're going to turn to our final public witness, Rebecca Medrano. I see you here, and good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Yes. Great. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rebecca Medrano. I'm co-founder, executive director of Gala Hispanic Theater, which was founded Grupo de Artistas Latinoamericanos in 1976 to provide training and workforce development to young and emerging Latino and multicultural artists, and to introduce Latinx performing arts and culture to a wide and diverse public. Since then, Gala has been an economic driver in Columbia Heights, and we have engaged thousands of low-income Latinx and Black youth through our Paso Nuevo after-school arts program and summer intensive camp, programs that are provided totally free to all participants and families. Paso Nuevo provides a safe, creative environment in which young people explore their identity, express their concerns, while acquiring valuable skills in communication, teamwork, and literacy that encourage them to stay in school, improve their academic performance, and become competitive in the job market. Many of the students first entering the program are on the verge of dropping out of school or performing below grade average. Surveys tell us that our students graduate 40% higher rate than their peers who are not in the program, and 85% of them go on to higher education or enter the job market. In addition to training, Gala provides employment opportunities for Paso Nuevo, many of whom need to work to help support their single parent families. And I'm going to veer from my written testimony to really address the impact of the pandemic, which is paramount here. When the pandemic hit in 2020, we shut down like all nonprofits and theaters. We lost about 50% of our earned income, but we had a commitment to these youth that we serve. Most of them are from single parent families, immigrant families who were serving essential workers, frontline workers. They were at home, isolated, suffering depression. They had no access to technology. Thankfully, with the help of a grant from Events DC, we were able to purchase laptops. We were able to engage them. And they went on to do incredible podcasts, recording the stories of their parents. They also have created something called Explora DC, which means Explore DC, a walking tour of the city to destinations in various diverse neighborhoods for visitors. The impact was really shown by when they returned to our theaters safely. They did a play on youth suicide, on teen suicide. Many of the parents who came to see it were unaware of the extent of the depression the kids were facing. At Gala, they found a safe home. These kids are facing violence on the streets. As you know, Columbia Heights gun violence has increased recently. Violence on the streets in their families. They need a safe place to go. So we felt we have to stay open even through the pandemic and keep them safe. Statistics tell us that Washington continues to be a hyper-growth region, and the Latino population is close to 800,000. Of that population, almost 40% are under the age of 25. It's estimated that 1 in every 4 kids entering schools now is of Hispanic heritage. The programs and events DC help us serve these children and build bridges between the Black and Latinx communities. We need to keep this program going. We urge you to support Events DC with a greater budget so that we can continue to implement programs that promote equity and inclusion and that keep our children safe and invest in them for our future. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Medrano. I will tell you, we had a little challenge, or at least I had a challenge hearing everything that you provided, but we do have your written testimony, which is going to be incorporated to the record. I just wanted to share that with you. But thank you for being here to testify. I don't have a lot of questions for the panel. I want to thank everybody for taking the time to testify today. I do want to, though, ask Artemis White if you're still with us.
I'm here.
Maybe Raina Sosa, if you'd like to chime in. Just, one of the things I did ask of a prior panel was just about resources. I know how critically important the grants funding is to you and in the District of Columbia. Excluded workers are really dependent on the city to really display a greater sense of urgency in turning this process around so that the money is in the hands of the people who need it. But in terms of resources, if you don't mind sharing a little bit more about whether people yourself and others who you've interacted with, whether you have the things that you need, how much more in terms of support resources do you need, and what more should the city be considering as we perform oversight and prepare for the mayor to submit her budget?
There's a lot of, there's undocumented people that really needs a lot of assistance, childcare, opportunities to work, I would believe low housing that will assist them. Maybe schools, there's a lot of Spanish people speaking, immigrants and other immigrants which is unable to speak English and communicate. They can have programs that can also assist them. We can use the money to create more co-ops to elevate people so that we can encourage them to have their own businesses, and just basically build the community to the best that you can. But a lot of people, they got help like through churches and, these small organizations. Some people could barely feed, so I would think that the $160 million will really help elevate, the community and help these families, and we can do more, more for each other. We already started a Black beauty product maker, a co-op for Black beauty products, for a lot of minority people, young people like myself, that we can get our products on the market, on the shelves, like Clairol and those other big, products and stuff. So, we really need your help. And once we get this money, we can do more for the people, more for the community. And I can do more for myself as well, and still do more for my community, because I have plans as well too, to do more, so. But the organizations is really working. Jeff and they're trying really hard. We have a food co-op. I myself is a part of the food co-op. And we should be starting selling food, I think, around February 17, so throughout organizations in DC. So they're really trying to find ways to help families better themselves so that they don't have to struggle.
Right. No, I appreciate that. And I know, a lot of people think about Events DC, the connection the organization has to hospitality and tourism. They think about the convention center, the Carnegie Library, but there's so many organizations, particularly over the course of the pandemic, that really depend on the funding grants that are distributed, administered by Events DC and its partners. And so to hear the testimony of all these different organizations who have been a beneficiary of some of the funding that comes from Events DC is very important. And so I appreciate each of you taking the time to talk about your interactions with Events DC, some positive and obviously some not so positive in terms of timing and getting money out to the community, particularly where there's been a great deal of lead time with these funds, and
exactly
funds that are going to be administered to a population that is really dependent on them and have already received funds in some cases from Events DC and the Community Foundation. So we're going to turn to Greg Odell and Events DC next.
Thank you, Council Member.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ms. White, and thank you to all the witnesses who shared the testimony here today as we hear about some of the work that you all are doing in the community. In these
and we appreciate you
places.
guys. We appreciate you. We appreciate everything that you guys are doing. But even though the money is distributed to help other people in DC, different programs, some people still is not qualified for the money. They make it difficult for them to even get the help. So it's like, okay, you grant the money, but we still can't get the money. They're still struggling. So, we have to give praise to our organizations that is really trying to keep the community together so we can make this community better, especially for the youths, they're struggling. Absolutely. And they need our help.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
The struggles of our youth. I think youth, and in many cases, the families that they're with, if they have families, there's so many youth out there who don't have families and are dependent on organizations to support them and give them a place to sleep and food to eat. And so I appreciate you recognizing that too. This pandemic has just been so extraordinarily challenging for a lot of people. And I think as has been stated frequently over the course of the pandemic, it's touched everyone, but it has touched some people to a much greater extent, where they are really dependent on the resources of government in order to make the ends meet. And so I think that's about what the $41 million is all about. And we're going to turn to Greg Odell next to ask him some questions about it and see what is keeping that money from reaching its intended beneficiaries. And so again, thank you all for your testimony. I don't have any questions right now. In fact, we're going to turn to our government witness at this time. And so staff, if you could, as a matter of fact, I think we already have Greg Odell, who's the president and CEO of Vista. While staff are transitioning the public witnesses out, I will welcome you. Mr. Odell, good to see you. Thank you for being here to testify this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it and appreciate hearing all the testimony of all the panelists as well. I'll wait for you to let me know when you'd like me to start, please.
I think you can jump right in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Pinto, and staff of the Committee of the Business on Economic Development. I'm Greg Odell, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Washington Convention and Sports Authority, also known as Events DC. Joining me today will be Henry Mosley, our CFO, and Nicole Jackson, our General Counsel. Thank you for inviting me to testify today on behalf of the board and staff about our performance for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. We've submitted detailed responses to your questions, and so I'll give a highlight today, but look forward again to having more dialogue. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also Councilmember Pinto for your oversight and guidance of this committee, but also support of Events DC and our industry, particularly during these challenging times. The authority was most impacted by COVID-19 in fiscal year 2021 when the public health restrictions, operational shutdowns, and capacity limits were in place for the majority of the year. As a result, the authority experienced significant cancellations in events planned for the indoor venues. However, we continue to provide critical support to the district through public health and relief initiatives, such as hosting mass vaccination sites at our venues and administering several grants programs to support our industry partners and our excluded worker community. Further, the authority continued to host events focused on outdoor programming, as well as expanded on digital event programming through our virtual platform Gather. For FY22, we're cautiously optimistic as we have a solid calendar of event programming for the year. While we experienced some recent cancellations due to the impact of the Omicron variant, our customers are committed to live event programming and express confidence in and appreciation of our robust health and safety protocols at our facilities. As a key concern related to our event programming, we'll continue to monitor the attendance of our events, as we know the business travel is not expected to return to from pre-COVID levels until at least FY 2024. Regarding our public health support activities, the authority continues to do its part to contribute to a number of critical initiatives related to the district's public health response. In FY21, 2 of our venues became mass vaccination sites for the district. Our Walter E. Washington Convention Center had over 60,000 vaccinations administered in various vaccination clinics. At the Entertainment Sports Arena and the St. Elizabeth's campus, we had over 50,000 vaccinations were administered. In all, 110,000 vaccinations were administered at our facilities, nearly 1/6 of the district's population. From a relief efforts perspective, in FY21 and 22, the authority continued to support the district in administering several critical grants. The authority partnered with the EOM and through the Deputy Mayor's Office to administer the hotel relief portion of the Bridge Fund, which consisted of $20 million in Federal CARES Act funding. The funds were designed to supplement payroll and benefits for hotels and hotel employees and certain operating expenses. Between November and December 2020, the authority awarded $19.9 million in grants to 93 eligible hotels. Regarding the GoGo Industry Relief Fund, and again, thanks to your leadership overall for raising the awareness, Mr. Chairman, and visibility to the entire GoGo industry. In FY21, the authority funded and administered the GoGo Industry Relief Fund designed to support GoGo related programming, branding, tourism, and marketing. The authority partnered with the Washington Area Community Investment Fund to assist the implementation of the program. In total, the authority awarded $721,000 in grants to GoGo artists, bands, recording studios, and music event producers, as well as supported live GoGo showcases throughout the summer. For excluded workers, in FY21, the authority, in partnership with EOM and the Greater Washington Community Foundation and a number of other community partners, supported and administered phase 2 of the DC CARES program to provide much needed assistance to excluded workers impacted by the pandemic. In FY21, the program was expanded beyond undocumented workers to provide support to returning citizens, sex workers, and other cash economy workers. The program partners successfully distributed debit cards to 8,100 families in FY21. Regarding our ongoing efforts for FY22, for the hotel grant recovery program, which totaled $40 million. Currently, the authority is supporting the district in the administration of the COVID-19 hotel recovery grant with $40 million from Federal American Rescue Plan. Eligible hotels are permitted to spend the funds on employee wages, benefits, and other related costs such as recruitment, training, uniforms, and PPE. To date, the authority has approved over $25 million in grants to 49 eligible hotels, and we're still receiving grant applications as the hotels submit required documentation. It's our goal to complete the grant award determinations by the end of February. For the Excluded Workers Payment Act of 2021, totaling $41 million. The authority continues to work with the key community-based organizations to implement phase 3 of the DC CARES program. The $41 million in funding from the program includes $15 million of local dollars and $26 million in the Federal American Rescue Plan. To date, our partners have been performing numerous tasks, including updating outreach and distribution processes and increasing staffing for this effort. We anticipate the purchase of the debit cards and distribution in the various CBOs by mid-February. The outreach and distribution to excluded workers is anticipated to commence by late February or early March. As a final note to grants, I would be remiss in not highlighting the authority's longstanding community grants program. In FY21, the authority continued to support our community partners, issuing $500,000 to 29 nonprofit organizations focused on youth, sports, entertainment, and culture. Grants throughout the year span all 8 wards and showcase the rich and diverse programming from across the city. For FY22, we are preparing to review applications for our current cycle. Those applications are due February 1st, and we anticipate making award by April 15th. Regarding our operations for Events DC, for our Conventions and Meetings division, in FY21, our team provided a detailed back to business plan to all our customers. The back to business plan describes the processes and technologies we put in place at the convention center to ensure a safe, healthy, and hospitable environment for our customers and staff. The venue specific document describes the disinfection and mitigation strategies, the technologies we've employed to monitor persons entering our venues, and the changes to event operations ensure that we are in compliance with district health mandates. Despite our extensive preparation, our event programming was significantly impacted by COVID-19 in FY21. Our Conventions and Meeting division had a total of 82 event cancellations. However, our sales team did an outstanding job rebooking 34 events, representing 41% of those canceled bookings. Additionally, our sales teams implemented short-term strategies identifying regional recovery markets targeting 200 DMV trade members and professional associations with strong membership bases within a 4.5-hour drive radius of the district. As a result, we were able to book 35 regional events with particular success in the medical, pharmaceutical, trade, commercial, and business sectors. We'll continue to focus on our sales strategy and efforts on these markets. For FY22, we have 72 events scheduled for the year thus far, despite 3 recent cancellations due to Omicron. These events include 15 major citywides for the year. To date, we've already hosted several citywides, such as the Association of the United States Army, Association for Financial Professionals, and the Transportation Research Board, just to name a few. As we've noted previously, we'll continue to monitor attendance as a key indicator of our recovery. To date, we've seen attendance vary somewhere from large shows between 66 to 75% of the pre-pandemic levels. Despite the holiday surge of cases due to Omicron variant, the authority hosted 3 conventions in January. Going forward, we're encouraged by our customers' commitment to their upcoming events. We'll continue to work closely with our customers to proactively promote health and safety protocols for their events, while we also ensure that our customers and their guests adhere to the city's vaccination mandate. Regarding our Sports and Entertainment division, similar to our Conventions and Meetings division, our Sports and Entertainment division experienced a decline in the event programming due to the impact of COVID-19. However, leveraging our virtual platform, we successfully executed on several hybrid events, hosting a limited number of patrons for a live experience, as well as streaming these events to a digital audience. Notable events include our concert series, which featured Grammy-nominated artists Thievery Corporation and Robert Randolph, alongside local favorites Junkyard Band and Jason Serta. Additionally, we've successfully hosted several outdoor events at our outdoor venues. On the RFK campus, we were able to provide 127 days of programming with over 61,000 attendees in FY21. Our program included various events such as a soccer summer camp hosted by Real Madrid Foundation under the direction of Real Madrid UEFA licensed coaches. The soccer camp was open to boys and girls between the ages of 6 and 17 at all playing levels. In FY22, we have a robust calendar for our Sports and Entertainment division. At the ESA, we've already hosted exciting events like AEW, the All Elite Wrestling, Rocky Horror Picture Show, and several basketball events like the Coaches Against Racism that showcased nationally ranked University of Michigan's men's basketball team versus Prairie View AM. On the RFK campus, we've already hosted a near sold-out crowd for a Playboy Cardi concert at the Armory, and we'll be hosting major festivals such as Project Glow Festival and the Broccoli City Festival later this year. Just moving on to our Creative Services division. As a relatively new division, the authority, as a relatively new division of our authority, the Creative Services division focused on developing new content, whether live events or digital programming. Given the impact of COVID-19, our virtual platform Gather proved to be an effective way to propel our mission to create meaningful event programming for the community and to support our customers. Since we launched Gather in September 2020, we've developed over 100 curated virtual programs. These programs generated 77,000 site visits, totaling 48,000 unique visitors in FY21. The curated content on Gather was developed and housed in the following verticals: entertainment, culture, food, community, music, and sports. The authority will continue to expand on its digital programming in FY22 through our Gather platform. In FY22, our Creative Services Division also successfully launched its portfolio of newly developed live events. Working with various partners like DC Fray and No Kings Collective, the authority hosted live events such as the first Red Eye Asian Night Market on Pennsylvania Avenue, as well as the Umbrella Festival. Both events attracted thousands of attendees in November of 2021, which is typically a slower period of the year for the district. For the remainder of the year, our Creative Services Division will continue to produce other live events like the return of the Embassy Chef Challenge and the Earth Day Festival. Mr. Chairman, I know I've run over time, so in the interest of time, I'll just submit the rest of our testimony regarding our strategic initiatives as well. So this concludes my testimony. Thank you for the time and happy to answer any questions.
Sure, I appreciate it. You have your written testimony for the record, if anyone else who wants to see it. I just want to jump right into questions, and we've got lots of things to talk about, but I think you sense the theme of the testimony from our public witnesses earlier. Sure. Deals with the DC Cares program and DC Events DC's role in the $41 million that excluded workers, you know, and other vulnerable residents are really dependent on it. So I want to start there.
Sure.
And you mentioned in your testimony that, and I want to make sure I get this right, that to date, your partners have been performing numerous tasks, inclusive of updating outreach and distribution processes and increasing staffing effort. That was a quote from the testimony. So let's start there. Exactly why have there been delays? And do you consider, the fact that the funding hasn't been released yet, that it is actually a delay? Because I think the overwhelming theme has been that this money is taking too long to get into the hands of the people who need it. And so why have there been delays, and what's the processing barriers that need to be eliminated for this money to reach its intended recipients?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. And let me just first say, like, nothing pains our board, and to hear not only the testimony of obviously the panelists, but specifically, those who are directly impacted, who haven't received the funding yet. Like, this is what's most important to all of us. This is what was important to us. As you know, we got in this first round that we funded because it was important to us. And so I think there's a couple things. One, I'll be the first to say, I think the process can be better and improved. And even if that means removing us, like we have no pride in whether we're involved. Like, we want this process to be as smooth as possible and to get the funding to the constituents as best we can. But I do think there's a couple things at play. There are a lot of tasks that have to be done to go through, both Events DC, but also get the council approval. Even in this case, the fact that it was federal funding also required another layer. And so I'll take you through a few steps, and happy again to have dialogue where I think there is improvement, but also there remain some challenges. And so, when the funding first came, there was, as was noted by the panelists, there was two buckets, the 15 million and the 26 million.
Sure.
I think collectively, and I think it was the right decision, but there was a decision that was made actually to create programming for 41 million and not spend 15 million inefficiently, but also come up with a budget and also a distribution plan for that 41 million. And so that actually took some time, for those core agencies to actually come up with that plan. And so sequentially, what happens next is that then we have to negotiate, or not even negotiate, we just have to craft an MOU that reflects that new plan. And that MOU actually has to get approved by the council. And so that process happened and started, I think, in November is when that process started for the MOU. But also because of the federal process or the federal monies that I described, we also then had to make sure that some of the requirements, particularly reporting requirements, were adhered to as part of that MOU in that process. And so it really was a different and new program in some respects because you expanded and also had to devise a new scheme, which required a new MOU that went through an approval process. And so also because of federal funds, the district also requires that all those funds be cleared for use. And so we actually had to make sure, working with the CS office, that that process happened. So I just want to again, not that it's good or bad, but there's a process for, the approvals of the money and the administrative process that it works. Perhaps there's a way to do this that removes intermediaries, that helps. We would support that 100%, but as it is now, that process had to be followed. And we started with this process from scratch, and I think we all built on this, but when you added more constituents, as you've heard from some of the panelists, also those core agencies are now having to staff and ramp up, which is what they're doing now. So the funding has been distributed, to the community, to the foundation, to the intermediary. That funding is now going to the core agencies as well, but that's the process. But those core agencies have also been working on that distribution plan, as well as revising their database, as well as even revising their phone system. So that's why, the activities that have been happening during this time period.
So let me hone in a bit on this, because you said one of the things you just mentioned toward the end was when you added new constituents. I want to make sure I understand how the program has changed as you mentioned, because there was a program that you all worked with the Community Foundation to administer last year. Similar program, DC Cares, correct?
Correct.
How much was that in funding?
So the first round was 5 million, the second round was 9 million, and it went to 8,100 families.
Okay, 8,100 families, a total of 14 million. Now,
yeah, it was 13,000 basically the first go around.
13,000?
13,000 families received money.
Got it. Okay.
First two rounds.
Okay. So $13 million though, total, right? 4 plus 9?
14, you're right, including administrative fees. There was that to the CBOs. Yeah.
So how did the program that you all implemented 14 million last year differ specifically from the program that you're are in the process of administering today? Because I think about the total is 41 million, but the 15 million was local, and it came in the supplemental, the FY21 sup.
Yeah.
So why could there not be a process in place that was very similar to the same process that you used to administer the initial 14 million last year, that would have allowed any MOUs or any agreements that had to be entered into to essentially look like the ones that already were in place for the first round, to make that process more efficient?
No, I understand your question, Mr. Chairman. So I think part of it was the new budget and distribution process. So as an example, this go round, there will be 13,000 existing recipients and 2,000 new recipients. And so, the group collectively decided on how they were going to allocate that money, both to make it equitable for the recipients that had already received money, but also to make it on pair with the new recipients, the new 2,000 that were coming. And so that was part of the process that the group had to develop the new budget and also figure out how they're going to distribute that plan. So that's what the core agencies had been working on in terms of a new program. So that's really was kind of what essentially required them, and which is also going to require them to significantly increase their staffing.
Well, let me ask that, because are they significantly increasing their staffing, or they're hiring folks they let go? Because you're talking about adding only 2,000 new recipients. So whereas it was 13,000 previously, it's 15,000 now. So I don't know if this is significant. Is it significant staff, or is it rehiring of folks who were hired, but then perhaps?
No, good question. So my understanding, and certainly I heard the panelists' comments today, but I think what we all have to appreciate is that each phase was done with a certain population. So it was 5,000 and 8,000. And now we're actually doubling the number in one phase to 15,000 people. So you went from 5 to 8 to now 15,000, right? So they not only had to recoup the staff they had, they actually have to increase staff to actually get the distribution for all those families. And so I think that's what the core agency is also staffing up for.
Okay. So you mentioned 15,000 families. How much assistance will each of the families get? And I don't know if it's if you can give a rough estimate.
Sure.
That varies depending on size or.
No, happy to. This is what the core agencies and the group had really come up with in terms of the round 3 plan. So the 13,000 recipients that had received previous debit cards in either round 1 or round 2 will get $2,300. I think it's $2,326. So that is to add to the $1,000 that they'd already received. And so over the 3 rounds, those 2 groups will now have received $3,200, or excuse me, $3,326. The new 2,000 recipients that they anticipate will get debit cards for the $3,326 since it's their first round of funding, so that everyone will have gotten the same amount of funding over the 3 rounds.
Okay. 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 So what is the date that you all have that the recipients are going to start receiving these funds? Do you have a sense of what date that is?
Yes, sir. The core, the agencies that obviously have been spearheading this with us said that they believe at the end of February is the time frame they gave us to actually start distributing.
End of February?
Yes, sir.
Is Councilmember Pinto with us? I know she had to step away briefly, but I want to just check. I know I'm over my time, so I'll look for you to turn on your video in case your staff is listening. So where is the funding? Like, who is it with the community foundation? Is it with the 4 organizations that are partnering with them? Where is it right now?
Yes, sir. So I believe in mid-January, we had transferred the funding to the foundation. And I think by next week, I understand the funding will start going to those core agencies.
Okay, so the community foundation got it in mid-January, and then next week, the core agencies should start to receive it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and with the timeline of having it be administered by the end of February.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to go back to 15, because I'm curious about how the process worked with the federal funds. Is the $26 million all going in a pot with the 15 million? Are there any different restrictions or different uses for the 26 million versus the local dollars, the 15 million?
Good question. I'm going to ask Nicole Jackson, our general counsel, to step in. But my understanding is that generally with all the federal funds, the city administrator's office wants to make sure that the uses of those funds for every agency is compliant. So the first thing we had to do is make sure that we got clearance on the use of those funds. As it relates to this specific use, the team collectively aggregated the $41 million program. I think they were just making sure that generally the use of the money or any reporting requirements we have will be consistent for all the money. I don't think we're doing it just for the 26, but Nicole, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we wanted to make sure before we dispersed that we were complying with any of the federal requirements. And there was also some question that we had to resolve about the amount of the transfer, whether we were going to be exceeding a certain federal limit on cash transfers. So once that was part of the discussion about the budget and how much each family could get, was making sure that we were not going to go over any threshold that was set by the federal government. And we are not. We've worked out that the amount that we've allocated will be within that. So that was one of the hurdles to the fact that some of this money was federal.
So if you could think back to the initial rounds that you had last year, how long did it take to get that money to the core partners and to get it into the hands of the residents? You have a sense of, is this process taking longer, Mr. Odell, than it did last year?
Nicole, do you have a sense of the time frame? The first one was kind of hard. Yeah.
The first round was our funding.
Yeah.
But the second round, we started the process we did not start distribution until the very end of January, the beginning of February. So we're about a month behind where we were last year in terms of distribution.
I don't know what exactly is going to be in the mayor's proposed budget when she sends it down. What I do know, though, is that we're not out of the woods in terms of this pandemic, and the city is not recovered, and individuals and families across the city are still struggling in extraordinary ways. And this could be something we do again in terms of funding. What suggestions do you all have to make this process more efficient? We cannot find ourselves, again, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but if it does, we find ourselves back in a situation where it's taking this long to administer money to one of the most vulnerable populations that we have in the city. I appreciate your compassion and the sincerity with which you articulated the suggestions that you have to make this process more efficient. I heard you mention, maybe if it includes maybe not coming through you all, what's the right entity? What's the right organization? How do we do this better to avoid having this happen again in the future? Because, it's unacceptable to take this long. And it just really, honestly, I think of NCT, all the things that you all do and how nimble generally you are in administering funds. And I'm just deeply concerned about the time it's taking and what it means, practically speaking, to the people and the families who just don't have this money yet.
No, I appreciate the question, and I feel your concerns. I think we all do. I do think any streamline of removing layers, whether it's mandated for a certain organization to receive the money, perhaps that doesn't have an intermediary. Because anytime we have to go through a process for which we then have to have an agreement that then has to be approved by council, is just going to slow up the time frame. So to the extent that there are known commodities in this process that the council wants to directly deal with, I don't want to make policy here, but if those are ways that you can streamline that process, we're all for it. Like I don't, and there are other agencies within the city that may be equipped to do this. Like I don't have all the answers, but I'm all for removing layers that would help this process. We want to be involved to the extent that we are helpful. We think we have been, but we don't want to add any delays. And so this is something that's passionate to all of us, but we want to be helpful, but we want it to be better. So we're open to it. But
and I appreciate that. If you, I don't know if you know offhand, I'd love to hear it if you do. If not, circle back and let us know how long it took, how much time elapsed between the time that this was provided to council and we actually approved it. I'd be curious to know, what role we played in that, because, I don't want to sort of cast, name and if this is government, including the legislative branch that's slowing this thing down, then I think we should accept our responsibility in that process too.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. My guess, and Nicole can correct me if I'm wrong, I think whatever the legislative cycle is, like by the time we were finished and ready for you, it went to the next cycle and you all approved it. So it wasn't any delay in terms of that. So I appreciate, the council's support, and I wouldn't assess any responsibility in terms of timing on that. So I think unless there's no timing process for submittals anymore, but that's not reasonable, of course. But yeah, I think that process was just kind of the normal cycle that we have to adhere to the legislative schedule.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to hold you all, including the Community Foundation and the core partners, to the timeframe you just laid out, and with an expectation that at the end of this month, people should have these funds in their pockets and able to use this. I see we've been rejoined by Councilman Pinto. Let me just ask one last.
And can I clarify, Mr. Chairman, just so manage expectations?
So long as it doesn't include a time frame that's longer than the end of this month.
Well, no, that process is going to start. Like, it's going to take a while for them to distribute all the funds. And so they will start distributing at the end of the month, but they will nowhere by far be done within,
Oh, I understand. But they will start distributing it, and the folks who are lucky enough to be on the front end of receiving it begin to receive those funds at the end of this month.
That is the plan. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Just before I turn to Councilmember Pinto for her round, while we're on the topic of money, the 41 million was one thing I wanted to talk about, but also, I don't know if you were listening earlier. I know you were on the Zoom, but I know you have lots of things to do. The $5 million, I'd asked the Destination DC folks about some of the things that they were doing, and I know they're hard at work in terms of marketing campaigns, and just in the course of my questions, I don't know, I was under the impression that they were already in the midst of some sort of different marketing campaign or continuing an existing marketing campaign and utilizing the $5 million that the council added to the budget for the fiscal year. And in the course of my questions, I determined that it sounds like that they don't have it yet. And so I'm curious as to what that time frame is and why they don't have it yet. And is this normal? How long it takes for money to get to it? Sounds like it's not. And so if you could share some insights to when they can expect to get the $5 million for the marketing campaign.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was listening attentively. So I think a couple things. One, we have a great partnership and great collaboration, and more so than ever, we've been working kind of seamlessly on this marketing effort, given the impact of this virus. So for us, like the last campaign finished, and with the $5 million, I think, just for clarification, the $5 million, in our understanding, and I think our thought is obviously it is geared towards, a spring and summer campaign. And frankly, we were smart not to spend any money over the winter months just now when Omicron hit, because that money would have gone for bad, just as we got pretty fortunate with the Delta variant that we didn't do the same thing and spent money that frankly would have gone out the door when we couldn't have had visitors coming here. But I think Robin's point, like in a perfect world, they need and want more money, generally speaking, to market all year round. I think the $5 million was built on a specific phase that will start for the spring and summertime. And so, we had a good meeting where they provided some results, good results that Robin shared. I think we had some clarification and questions around particularly some of the advertising buy that we just wanted to follow up on. And we spent a lot of time on the first phase around this. In fact, some of the questions you asked about the diversity of spend and how that money is spent is something that we all talked about collectively. So I think we have time. We can move, in 30 days, we're going to move quickly to approve the money and get them the funding. So we haven't missed the campaign for this, spring and summer campaign. And fortunately, I think because hopefully the Omicron variant has subsided, that it'll be good timing. But I just want to divorce the two versus the $5 million for a specific campaign versus ideally, if they had more funding, they would have year-round campaigns as well.
I appreciate the distinction, and I think that is consistent with what Ms. McNeil said. And I also appreciate the timing. I brought out in my questions just sort of timing. My thought was, as we sort of get through February into March, weather starts to break, these things will already be planned, and the process of engaging a vendor to do some of this work would be happening so that, so there's no delays in this. And so how long does it typically take for you all to get funding from Events DC to Destination DC? Is that something?
We'll be able to transfer the funding. I think the work, Robin and team have already built. We have the creative that they built in the first campaign, which they'll leverage for the next next phase, I should say. And then they've already, have a draft marketing plan in place, and they already have the vendor that they use in place. And so, we want to just finalize and review with them, understanding the advertising buy, which is through a vendor, but actually buys through multiple outlets, which we spent a lot of time on last time, and maybe even some discussion about refining some of that. But all that can happen very quickly and in time for them to hit the spring and summer campaign.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. Again, we're joined again by Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto, and I'm going to turn to you for a round. We'll give you 12 minutes. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Chairman McDuffie, and hi, Mr. Odell. Nice to see you.
Hey, Councilmember, great to see you.
Thanks for your testimony. I want to start with a discussion around we'll call it Bridge Fund 3.0. Feels like 10.0. People need 10.0. That's through DEMPED, but wondering if Events DC has been involved in the disbursement of those cash disbursements in the last month.
We have. So for the specifically for the hotel portion of the fund, we've been involved and been administrating the hotel portion of the funds.
So are you not administering the small business portion of the funds at all?
We're not.
Okay, that's all going to be handled through DEMPED.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
I assume so. I don't know if they're working with any other agency. I just know we're not involved. I should.
Right. Okay. No, I think that's right. I had just remembered earlier discussions about possibly going through Events DC, so that I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
So going back to a discussion around what you were just talking to Chairman McDuffie about with the funding for excluded workers, and I heard you say maybe another route path would be more viable to improve efficiencies. What do you mean by that? Just going directly through the nonprofits?
Yeah, I want to be careful here because I'm not, we are already in a position where we're kind of outside our core mission, but we're helping because we're passionate about it. But I don't want to, over speak about policy. But right now we are at a administrator who's an intermediary. We are using an intermediary that then, works with nonprofits who are specifically touching those organizations to get the funding out. And to the extent that there is, it's appropriate or there's precedent for directly engaging, those or finding other agencies who actually do that, we are fully supportive if that streamlines the process. We're happy to continue to do our part, but recognizing like we had to make sure an MOU got executed that then had to go to the council. And so they're just things that I think, we know that we had to do. We try to do them as efficiently as possible. But maybe there's other mechanisms that I'm not aware of to help streamline that process.
Okay, thank you very much. Very diplomatic.
I feel as you do, like this is the worst thing we can do is not get the money to those who need it as soon as we can. And so, everybody's trying to do the right thing, but I agree it needs to be improved.
Okay, thank you. What is the current status of the Community Foundation's distribution of the funds to the core agencies as of today?
Yeah, my understanding, so we got the money to the foundation, I think mid-January, I think like the 21st specifically. And so my understanding is that they will be distributing those funds next week, starting next week to those core agencies.
In terms of the extended timeline for receipt of those funds. One of the reasons that you talked about was that there are 4 times as much money being distributed this phase than last time. But many of the recipients have already been identified as being part of the program. And so do you think that there'll be a faster timeline for some of those recipients who are receiving a second, I don't want to call it tranche because it's not large, but their second round of funding or third round of funding?
That's a great question, Councilmember. And I, candidly, I probably don't have enough visibility yet. I think the challenge is the outreach to the families and how that process happens. Like it can be very informal, as you can imagine, in some cases, not through emails or mass distribution. And so I think these partner organizations that they have to work with, they have to identify the families and then, and sometimes take them through an application process. I think the core agencies and the partners are assuming that process will take the same amount of time, but hopefully there will be some time saved and be able to identify existing constituents. It's something that we will follow up on to ask, but right now I think it's just been a process of how they get people through that process.
Right. Okay. And in your testimony, you mentioned that you're anticipating reaching at least 15,000 workers, including 13,000 individuals who have already received some of this funding that we just talked about in phases 1 and 2. Right. What are some of the additional factors that will determine if Events DC can serve even more workers than those 15,000?
I'll rely on the expertise of our core agencies. I think they made a determination just based on their work in the field that they estimate 2,000 new workers. And so the money has already been, that 15,000 has already been allocated to exhaust the money, the $36.5 million has already been exhausted. So I think they are assuming that the dollar amounts as allocated will exhaust that money, and that will only be 15,000. So there won't be, unless there's additional funding, there won't be any other recipients.
Thank you.
Sure.
I want to speak next about after-school programming and a lot of the wonderful grants that come out of Events DC. We heard earlier from DC Strings and DC Scores and so many of the other institutions that are really in need of this funding to expand programming. Can you speak a little bit about how those applications have worked this year and some of the factors that have gone into deciding who gets which funding?
Yeah, that's a great question and something, as you know, we're really proud of. And actually, thank you for your support coming to our programming as well. So we, I really want to thank the board. I probably just have to quickly explain the evolution of this program. Like when the sports entertainment was around, it was a $100,000 program. We increased it to 250 and then 500 because we really wanted to have that outreach. One of the things that we also saw, though, over time is that we had these, wonderful organizations, but sometimes didn't even have the resources to apply. And so we set up outreach that we do virtually, and we were doing it physically before COVID, where we would have people come and learn about the program, and then we actually help them with their application process. And so our hope is that we can provide funding. Everyone who meets the criteria, we will provide funding to them, hopefully in one cycle or the other, because we want them. We don't want the obstacle of not being able to do the application to be a process. And so we try to actually provide funding to everyone. We try obviously to focus on new grantees, but we also can provide existing grantees. But we really look to make sure they meet that criteria, which is pretty simple in terms of being in the district and having a focus on youth and touching and impacting youth. So we try to be as lenient as we can in that criteria, but also recognizing that we may have a high demand, which would be a good thing.
That's great. And have you seen an uptick in applications this year over last year?
We have. I would say probably consistent in this year. When we started that outreach program, we really saw an uptick then, which was great. And so, but we'll continue to do our part, and you all have been great as council members to let us know about organizations. So we would love and ask the council if there are organizations that we need to meet with and understand their mission, we'd be happy to do that.
Well, thank you. Going back to the hotel bridge fund, can you elaborate a little bit on how that's been going? How many applications have you received? How many hotels have received funding thus far?
Great, of course. Right now, we have received 81 applications, and to date, I think we've approved grants for 49 right now. And those grants, I think, total about $25 million for approval. And so, there's a pretty significant, documentation process they have to go through. We obviously make sure they're qualified, but that's been the process, and we hope to wrap up that process probably by the end of February.
The end of this month.
Correct.
Wow, okay. And in that fund, are all eligible hotels applying first and then you're dispersing the total bucket of funding, or are you doing it on an ongoing basis to each applicant?
We're doing it pretty much, since it's a smaller universe and we're doing it with our own staff, we're able actually to batch the approval process. And so as we get completed documentation, we're not waiting for every single one, but we're able to at least provide kind of the approval process and then disperse funds on a batch basis, which typically is usually, could be 3 to 5 applicants that finally got their documentation in.
Okay, and in your experience, has that worked best for all of the hotel bridge fund programs as opposed to waiting to have all the applications in?
I believe so. I mean, the hotels have always been unique because it's just there's only like 146 total, hotels in terms, so the universe has been quite small. I'd imagine for other larger grant application processes, you probably still would need to process some on a partial basis. Just so that you're not waiting for kind of all the funding to happen at once.
Okay. And what will happen if there is excess funding at the end of the month, especially because they're coming in batches?
Yep. So we're obviously doing this on behalf of DMPED. So I assume that those funds would revert back to DMPED and they would make a determination on the use of those funds.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I was thrilled to see the auto show last weekend at the convention center, and a lot of the wonderful programming and events that's going on over there. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you so much, and thank you both for coming to the auto show. We appreciate it.
Yeah, had a great time, and I was pleased by the crowd and just the number of people I saw in and around the convention center. Obviously a little concerned about what the turnout might look like, but I don't know exactly what those numbers were or whether but I felt like people were excited and they were enjoying themselves in and around the convention center. And I want to say thank you to Councilmember Pinto as well. And just let me know if you'd like another round. Councilmember Pinto, I have some more questions, but obviously if you'd like another round, just let me know. I generally start with questions around racial equity. I did that with you, Mr. Odell, and so I'll go back to that and give you an opportunity to talk about what, if anything, you all are doing to really promote racial equity, and what types of programs stand out to you that Events DC is engaging with that I think are really highlighting engagement with minorities as well as women. What are you doing on the procurement side? Anything you can do to share with us your work, I would be interested in.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your leadership and your focus on this area because it's important, and we all need to walk the walk. So, for us, I've been pleased that this has been, kind of a focus of our board. It's been a focus of our senior team. Our staff numbers, we track. One of the questions you ask is whether we track demographics, and we certainly do. I can tell you, we know that 73% of our staff are African Americans. We obviously, like everyone, and I think you and I have talked about this in the past, we have a challenge with district residents. We're probably, in the high 30s. That number has dropped from the 40s for us. And some of it's the affordability issue, honestly, of people living in the district. But, we have tried very hard to have job fairs. It's been difficult, doing it more virtually, but we continue to try to attract, district residents as well. But we are very focused on having people of color, because we think a diverse workforce makes us that much better as an organization. One of the other things that we've done, and you just touched upon it, or we just talked some about our community grants program. It's important for us to give life and support, to these organizations. These organizations are doing wonderful things to build our communities, whether it's with our youth or otherwise. And so, we spent a lot of time really helping and supporting these nonprofit organizations that mean so much to Washington, D.C. But also, it's important that, for us, where we reside in terms of our venues, that we're also good community partners. And so we spent a lot of time with programming, not only to create programming to support the community, but also allow them, to have access to the facilities for some of the programming that they're doing as well. And then, the third thing I would say is actually attracting more programming. One of the things that you focused on was obviously GoGo, and for us to now highlight GoGo in terms of the showcase. I mean, to hear, all the things that are going to happen and how GoGo is growing right now, and the fact that we can be a part of it and leverage, our support and our venues to help, showcase more GoGo events and grow the ecosystem of GoGo. It's important to us. And so those are just some of the things that we're doing, but it's important to us, and we need to continue to do more, and we will do that.
I was interested, if you don't mind talking a little bit about it, but I read in your responses to our pre-hearing questions, you mentioned that you had provided an implicit bias training for your workforce.
Sorry.
I think that's great. Tell me a little bit about that.
We did. So, it's important. It's eye-opening for all of us. I think we try to provide lots of training to our staff for growth, personal growth, and otherwise, and just responsibility. But the implicit bias, I think, was very important that we did, and it was mandatory throughout our staff. And so I think it really opened up a lot of eyes for how we see each other, and not just the flavor of the day. It wasn't just because of all that we saw in the social unrest, but I think how we relate to each other and how we work together was important. So we'll continue to do that for every new hire that we have. One of the things we also do is we have an employee newsletter where we spotlight, our employees, particularly focus on diversity and people of color, so that we can, again, give visibility and particularly access. At the end of the day, it's about access to opportunities. We want both our management teams to be aware of what our staff is doing, and vice versa, our staff to have access to our management team and our board as well. So it's been important to us. And so the training is just one tool that we use to make sure we ensure that.
And you talked about talent acquisition and some of the responses to our questions around racial equity. And you also mentioned a diverse internship program. Talk about the internship program. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with some of the things you all are doing there.
Yeah, so we have, I'm happy to boast, I think we have the best internship program in the country. It's a very competitive process, but we look to make sure that we're including having students from HBCUs, and make sure we have students from kind of diverse populations and diverse backgrounds. And so we generally have anywhere, it can range from, I think, 8 to maybe 12 students that we've had on any given time. It's a very rigorous 10-week program that they actually, it's not your go grab coffee. They actually become part of our staff and help, execute on work that needs to get done, so that they're learning live skill experiences. But also we encourage them or have them create projects as a team, so that they're learning together. And then they make a presentation to our management team, and even meet with some of our board members as well. And so we've had, roughly, probably on average, I think anywhere from 40 to 50% of those interns have been African-American or even more in terms of generally people of color. But, that is the future of our organization. It's a future of our city. It's a future of all of us. And so we spent a lot of time, and I'm very thankful to, our chief administrative officer and her team about what we do for our interns.
Okay. You said it's a 10-week internship. What is it? It's a specific time frame in terms of the year? Is it like a year? You have
Yeah, it's in the Yeah, it's in the summertime. I can get the specific dates for you, but typically in the summertime. And the thing that's ironic, okay, I was gonna say the thing that's ironic is that typically the interns after they're here want to stay longer and really enjoy the experience. And so it's something that we try to balance, but, and we've also had interns throughout the year, but that is our formal process that we run in the summertime. And I should note, as was pointed out to me, we've hired several of our interns as well over the years to our staff, given the tremendous program.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to turn the performance oversight here into a budget oversight here, but I did want to just note, because it's related to the pandemic and your operations. I recall you testifying last year that you all had to suspend operations for at least some portion of the year due to the pandemic. I don't know if that was that last year or the year before, but I recall you testifying that you had frozen several positions and then kept some others vacant to just make sure you were controlling costs. In your pre-hearing materials that you provided to us before today, of the authorities, 25 positions, 28 are frozen and 43 remain vacant. Just talk a little bit about your plans around those frozen and vacant positions. How's your thinking changed, if at all?
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. So we had a detailed financial plan, a 5-year plan that, again, I'm thankful for the board's leadership that we really spent a lot of time, not only looking at the budget for this year, but also looking at our forecast. And so as part of that, we actually did 2 things. We had obviously frozen positions to maintain costs, but this year within 2022, we actually are going to release those frozen positions at the 6-month mark. And so we had already anticipated, because we have enough event programming to really justify bringing all of our staff back and releasing those positions, and so that we can continue to ramp up operations. And so we will release those 28 frozen positions, I think as of March, obviously the 6-month mark. But then we are aggressively recruiting for all those positions, the vacant positions as well as the 28. Some of those vacant positions were actually, we're making offers. And so we're making progress even right now on hiring folks for some of those vacant positions.
This stood out to me. It appears that there was a 3-fold increase in the number of employees who received workers' compensation in FY21 compared to FY20. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about the uptick and if there's something specific that we can attribute that to. I mean, here are the numbers. It was,
I think it was less than 10, right? It was probably.
Yeah, no, it was 7 in 21, but it was only 2 in 20.
Yeah, it honestly, Mr. Chairman, it's probably an anomaly. There's no real rhyme or reason. We had event programming and just sometimes incidents occur. So I don't think we can go back and I can give you kind of a 3-year look to see what that trend line is, but I don't generally, and that's, that even that number is 2% of our staff. So, but I don't see any trend or aware of any trend, but I can certainly confirm that.
Okay. I want to talk about a few of the introductory transfers that occurred, and you could say a bit about them. The temporary COVID alternative care facility. this was what, I think $7 million that came from DMPED. Just tell me about just this, how that went and how long that facility was stood up. Just give me some details about that transfer.
Sure. I think, I mean, it was the process, as I recall, Mr. Chairman, is that the district receives federal monies, and then we actually worked specifically with DGS as the agency and got reimbursement. I don't have the times offhand. I don't recall the times. We had negotiated the price of having that ACS facility in there, and so there was just a transfer for the time and duration. As you may recall, you know, there was I think initially we had a 6-month period, and it got extended as COVID kind of reared its ugly head. And so that facility stayed on longer. And so just as a result, we got more monies transfer us as they were just occupying the convention center. So I can come back with the time frames. I just don't have the specific dates.
You all have expended the entirety of the $7 million?
I mean, from our perspective, I mean, we used the funding to fund all of our operations, and so we obviously had severe reductions, you know, in other revenue that we would have gotten from events. We had severe reduction in revenue that we would have received from hotel taxes, and so you know, we used the funds just to supplement our operations.
Okay, and then what about the transfer from DCPS for the National Children's Museum grant? What's that about?
Yeah, that was, I think, legislatively mandated, as I recall. I'm looking at this through the screen at Nicole and Henry. So we were just the agent from the council's legislation.
Okay. All right. What about the status of the hotel recovery grant program? I know we talked a little bit about it. You mentioned this in your testimony.
Which one, sir? The hotel?
The hotel one. The total amount was what? Was it 71?
So the 71 included a portion of the excluded workers, and so the total for the hotel grant portion, that was $40 million. And so we've had right now 89 applications, and 81 applications, and 49 have been awarded so far, which totals about $25 million. So they'll finish that. They have to submit documentation as part of that process, and we hope that process will be wrapped up by the end of the month.
Okay, I'm sorry, how many applicants have you had?
81 applicants and 49 have been approved so far.
Okay, and do you anticipate that is the universe 89 that you expect? No more program? Okay.
Yes, 81 is the universe of who's applied.
Okay, 81, all right, 49 approved. Yeah. Okay. And how much money has gone out so far?
That 49 totals about $25 million.
Okay.
Those 49 applicants.
And when do you expect to finish up reviewing applications and making awards?
Yeah, we hope probably by the end of the month. It's really most of the process is relying on the applicants to submit their documentation. So then we can vet and approve it. So we hope that the remaining, and some are in process right now. So we hope that process will be completed by the end of the month.
Okay. Let me turn your attention to CBE's SBE. Let me know how you did in FY21. What was your goal, and how'd you do in terms of achieving that goal?
Yes, sir. So sure. So our budget approved by DSLBD was for 21 was $12.8 million. And our SBE dollar amount was $6.3 million, which was 49.7%. And then the overall CBE percentage for that was it was $8.7 million, and so that was at 68%. So we more than achieved our goals for for SBE and CBE.
Okay, and I see it looks like the goal for 22 is 12.4.
Correct.
Was that's a Green Book budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and how are you doing 4 months into the fiscal year?
Don't have any stats for you yet, Mr. Chairman. I can follow up. Typically, our spend is probably going to ramp up in the spring and summertime. So I anticipate coming probably March, we'll see the bulk of our spending happening. Or I should say more increased spending. Not that we haven't spent something.
I have really just had some years with waivers and the waivers that agencies request. And my staff pointed out that you all have requested or obtained 4 waivers, I think already in this fiscal year, despite having obtained fewer than 4 waivers for the previous 2 fiscal years. To what would you attribute I don't know exactly, I don't have the information about what contracts they are tied to, but it obviously raises concern when I see waivers. Do you have any comment? You familiar with any of these waivers?
I don't know offhand, Mr. Chairman, but I can get back to you immediately on that, on what those are.
I appreciate it.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, please do circle back with the committee on that. How's what's the RFK demolition?
I'm sorry, sir, I missed your question.
Are you hearing some feedback?
I just then I just had it's been fine otherwise, but that one was a little muffled. I heard RFK, okay. But
yeah, I wanted to see if you had on the RFK demolition project.
Yes, okay, apologies. So we had finished the solicitation process and the review and determination, and so we made award to Smoot Construction for demolition. Now we're happy and glad and with that process, but as you know and can appreciate, it'll be quite some time before we actually conduct the demolition. So we have to go through a pretty extensive regulatory process. But we wanted to get the contractor on board to help us with those processes, both local and federal as well, and then also start the planning process. So we also, from a capital perspective, because of the impact of COVID-19, we've reduced our capital spend. And so we didn't anticipate spending monies on the demolition project, or we've frankly reprioritized to not spend money any sooner than 2024 on that project anyway.
Okay. What about the status of the MOUs with, I think you had MOUs with DMPED for the operations of Gateway, DC Pavilion, and the RISE Demonstration Center? What's the status?
Yep, so they're ongoing. We renew with them every year for us to essentially do all the management, the operations, and event programming for those facilities. And so we continue to do that this year as well.
So, okay, so I had a note that that the MOUs had expired last September. Have they been renewed since then?
I believe if they haven't, they're in the process of, but we're also providing support right now ongoing. So we will make sure we finalize that if they haven't been renewed already.
Okay. Is there anything you can say about a pending lawsuit with respect to the authority and Nationals Park?
With us in Nationals Park?
Status of it, generally.
I'm not aware of it. I'll ask Nicole, which I don't, there's not a, is there a, if there's some type of vendor lawsuit, but there's not.
There's a lawsuit that was by an individual who was complaining about some ADA issues at the ballpark, but that was never formally served on us. We became aware of it through other means, but we've never been served with that lawsuit.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole.
Give me 1 second.
Sure, of course.
You touched on some of this your testimony earlier, but I want to, I guess, dig a little bit deeper into how the pandemic today is impacting Events DC and the work that you all are doing. Given that we are 2 years into this pandemic, you, I'm sure, follow the CFO's pronouncements publicly. We actually have the ACFR hearing, I think is probably tomorrow, if my time is right. It's $576 million surplus, largely from personal business tax revenue. I think the hospitality, leisure, restaurant industries continue to struggle in many cases. Talk about how the recovery specifically in February 2022, what it looks like for you all as you continue to plan out the things that you all are working on. I imagine it's different than it was in March of 2020, but my conversations with the industry that you all work with still paint a picture that is in many cases not fully recovered and is still looking at the support from government and other entities to get through some of the challenges that they're facing. So I just want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about that generally before we hone in on some specifics.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I also appreciate your comments, I think, about the industry broadly when you gave your opening statement. You captured it so well about what's happening with our restaurant and hotel partners. So, you know, for us, fortunately, and you know, the reference that you made from March, you know, our fiscal year 20 got cut in half. And unfortunately, in FY21, we felt the brunt of Omicron, you know, not mostly because, you know, we were in shutdown. And even when we started operations, there were limited capacities. And so at least for FY22, you know, the event programming is actually back. Like we've seen some, you know, cancellations due to Omicron, but largely we have a lot of events on the books, including a robust, you know, program of citywides that are coming up. So attendance is really the key. You know, we're seeing attendance is not at the pre-COVID levels. And so we have to figure out how we're going to, you know, drive the business traveler. And as was mentioned previously by Destination DC and some of the stats that you quoted, you know, ironically, the leisure travel is starting to come back. And so we'll all do our part collectively to support marketing. But I think we also have to figure out how we're going to drive business travelers back. And so, you know, we'll continue to work with our customers. One of the things that we do is we really promote how safe and healthy, you know, our buildings and our venues are, and it's a safe place to meet and how you do that. And so we've invested in a lot of technology and other things that support, you know, having a safe meeting. And I think generally, thanks to the mayor and the council's leadership, we're perceived as a very responsible destination. But now we just have to figure out how we start driving people to our destination. So one of the things that we'll do is, in addition to, you know, continue to work with our customers, we're also going to see how we can drive more event programming even outside of our venues. And so that's one of the reasons why we had creative services really start to develop new content and new events that we can bring. That's another reason why, as you've been supportive and helpful, as we start to chase bigger, large scale events that we want to bring to the marketplace. Like we need to drive attendance, you know, across the city, not just our venues. And so that's something that's going to continue to be a focal point for us.
I appreciate that. Let's see. Okay, actually, I already asked that question. Talk to me about morale in the agency. How are you folks doing today versus maybe how things were a couple of years ago? Are you all in person? Just give me a sense of how things are going within the organization and how people feel in general.
It's a great question. It's, it's like two steps or one step forward, sometimes two steps back. The Omicron really was kind of gut wrenching for all of us. We had started in November moving our staff back. And so we had staff coming back 2 days a week. And we were going to move towards at least 4 days, if not a full calendar for people returning to work. So, our staff has been, like everyone else, they've been impacted both professionally and personally. But, I think our team, our senior leadership, have done a really good job of a continued outreach to our staff. We just had our, what we call Staff-a-Palooza. We had a virtual, all hands on deck meeting, which we do quite regularly. And then we also have just programs where we, make sure that we engage our employees. And so I would say, generally speaking, our staff is, the morale is pretty good. Where there are concerns about safety, I've been pleasantly surprised that one of the comments I got from our teammates was, when are we coming back to the office? And so I think there is some concern, but also some optimism and desire to come back and be in person. So, we've had event operations people here for quite some time. And so we want all of our staff to come back. We think it's important for us to set kind of the example for the city to have people coming back. We're in the event business, and so we need to be here, but we need to do it safely.
Thank you for that. I don't have any final questions for you. Actually, I have one final question, obviously not nearly as important as some of the other tough things we talked about. But I would like to know, given you are an avid sports fan, I want to know how you feel about the Washington Commanders.
Oh, you're going to make me try to be politically correct. I'm actually, it's never like picking colors in a team and a name is never easy. So they would have never won. But, for what it's worth and for all the politics around, I think they did a good job as best they could. But they were in a no-win situation. But I'm happy for them that they actually were able to make that reveal today. Was that politically correct or not?
I think you did well. Great answer. Great answer. I appreciate your responses. I look forward to following up on some of the things that we talked about. Obviously, the month of February is going to be critically important to some of our vulnerable residents and the folks who are waiting the funding that you talked about. We'll hold you to that timeline. If anything, and I hope nothing comes in the way, but if anything comes up that you're aware of, please reach out to the committee to let us know. With that, unless you have anything else you'd like to add to the record.
Just to say thank you. Appreciate the dialogue, Mr. Chairman, and your leadership and support of us. We really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified today. I really appreciate it, particularly those who shared some really personal stories and really advocating strongly for the investments that have already been committed by the city, but have yet to reach their intended targets. The vulnerable people in the district who are so dependent on those funds. I appreciate you all taking the time to put your voices on the record. This marks the end of today's performance oversight hearing. The committee will convene again at 9:00 a.m. on Wednesday, February 9th to discuss the performance of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, and the Department of Small Local Business Development. Members of the public have until 5 p.m. next Tuesday to sign up with the committee to testify. With that, the time is now 1:56 p.m. and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you, staff, and everybody who made this possible.